Hey guys, so I'm back with another video, and this video is going to be very long, and in this video we are going to create a full stack app from scratch to end, and this is going to be a real-time chat application, and we call it Blazing Chat, and we are going to build this real-time chat app using Blazor WebAssembly with SignalR. So for this is the app we are going to build. So I have this one session open. So let me open another session in different browser. So this is here. So I have these two sessions open, and let's see. So first thing is we can log in to this app, or if we don't have any user account, then we can simply register. So we can register it, login. All this is working using Blazor WebAssembly. So let's create two users. Let's call it this Abhay, and password simple 123456. Login. Incorrect credentials because we are trying to log in, but this user does not exist. So let's create a user. Name is Abhay, username is Abhay, password is 123, and we register. And when we register, so it navigated to the main screen where we are going to see all the users, chats, and all those details. Welcome Abhay, this is this user, and now create another user this side in this second session. So let's take a name as Prince. So username and password is same, register, and as soon as we registered a new user in this session, this right one, so you can see in left session we can see this Prince user, it automatically updated, and this is happening using the SignalR. So whenever there is any new user comes to our app, then it actually updates this users list in real time. So we can see this Prince user here, and in this second session, this session where Prince user is logged in, he can see the other users, list of other users, and this green dot, this indicates that this user is online, and here also this user is online. Okay, let's create one more user, log out and go to register, and we'll create, let's say, new user, password, and register. So now I registered it, and you can see we have these two users here, and then I have these Abhay and Prince users here for this new user, and Prince and new user in this left session. Now if this is Abhay, let me again go back and log in with Prince user, login. Yeah, now I want this Abhay and Prince to talk to each other. When I click on this Prince, so this is going to be populated in the left side. So it shows that, okay, we are talking to this user, and if we click on this, we can simply select, and when we are here, so the Prince user, this is selected, and it says there are no messages between you and Prince. So let's initiate the chat. So we'll say, hi Prince, and we'll send this message, and as soon as we send this message, it shows that we send this message. And if we check on the right side to the Prince, this Abhay user, this automatically gets added to this chat section, this left section, and when we click on this, we can see this message. So let's reply, hey. So we replied it, and as soon as we added this, so we can see this got updated in this left section as well. So using this, we can simply chat around, and all this is happening in real time using SignalR. So we are going to build this app from scratch till the end. So we are going to see how can we use SignalR authentication in SignalR, authentication authorization in SignalR. We are going to use entity framework. We are going to use Blazor WebAssembly with components, cascading parameters, and all these things we are going to see. So I'll show you the solution. So this is the solution. We have these three projects: blazingchat.server.client.share. So I have created Blazor WebAssembly app using ASP.NET Core hosted. So it creates these projects. So in server app, we have these controllers: account controller, message controller, users. This account controller is for login and register, messages controller, and then users controller. And in data, we have our entities, migrations, and chat context. This is DB context. Then hub, we have a SignalR chat hub. And then pages, this is not in use. We have one service, so we are using JWT token for this. All this is happening inside SignalR, and then we have this program where we are using JWT, and all these stuff we are using in here. And then we have a client project, that is Blazor WebAssembly. So here we can see we have these three pages: index page, that is login page in our case, then we have register page, and then we have main chat page. And in this chat page, we have these different components. So we have this chat list component. This is coming from here, the left list. Then we have this chat details, which is the center part, middle part. So we can see all these here. We are using all these parameters, event callbacks, and these cascading parameters. We are using all these. We are using a custom authentication state to check if user is logged in or not, all this stuff. And then we are also connecting to JavaScript for a couple of things. So we are storing the token in our local storage. So we are using this, and then there is this scroll effect when the chat is long, and then if we switch to the user, then it will scroll to the last message. So all this also we are using. So we are in this app, we'll see this also, how can we connect to, how can we call JavaScript methods from our Blazor C# code. So this is a quick introduction what we are going to build. And now, without any delay, let's start. So without wasting any time, let's get started. So I'm creating a new project, and we'll create Blazor WebAssembly app next, and let's call it Blazing Chat, and we will use .NET 6 because it is LTS, and we'll use ASP.NET Core hosted. So using this, it actually creates a wrapper server-side project for Blazor WebAssembly so that we can have our APIs directly hosted on the same domain, we could say. But if you want, you can create a separate API project and separate WebAssembly client. But for now, I am going to use the same. So it is going to create a project for us. It will basically create three projects. So server, this is actually a web project, .NET 6 web. Then this client, this is Blazor WebAssembly project, and this shared, this is basically a class library. So this server app, so we can have our controllers in here, and it will host the Blazor WebAssembly app inside it. So both of these are going to be hosted on the same domain, so there is no problem of course cross origin resource sharing, all those stuff. So, and if you want these separate, so you will simply need to have two things from the client side. If you will see, I am in the client project, this program.cs. So we are registering HTTP client, and we are using base address as new URI builder host environment base address. That is the same address where this Blazor WebAssembly app is hosted. And if you are going to use a different project hosted on different port and different URL, then you can simply, you need to change this base URL for the API in client side, and you will have to enable the cross origin resource sharing in the API project. So these two things you will have to do if you want to go that route. Okay, so bootstrap is already there. Yeah, so now this server app, this will be the startup project, and we can simply check. So this should be running. So I'll give you a brief introduction. We are going to create a chat application, so kind of one-to-one chat. There could be multiple instances. We will directly, the user will directly go to uh, the URL, the app. It will register itself, the user will register itself, and then he can join the main chat application. He can see all the previous chats or all the online users, and then he can start a conversation with any user. So that is what we are going to do. So first thing, we will need SignalR in this for this real-time chat messages. So if you must be familiar with SignalR. So SignalR basically a tool, we can say, provided by ASP.NET Core team, which enables two-way, full duplex two-way communication. So it uses uh, WebSockets, server-side events, and long polling. So it is advanced enough. It can check the user, the connection basically, and it can choose the best protocol for that communication. If the client server communication that allows the uh, WebSocket, it will use WebSocket, and if it does not allow, then it will fall back to server side events, and that is also not allowed, then it will fall back to long polling using the HTTP polling request basically. So it is advanced enough and smart enough to fall back to the correct approach, and it handles disconnection and reconnection things. So it is very powerful. So this will have some user management also. So we are going to use entity framework for this. So this server app, this is our API app. So we can create another project if we want, or we can add simply inside this only. So I'm going to add data logic and data entities inside this main project only. So let's create a new folder, and I'm going to call it, let's say, data only. And then I'm going to create a new folder again for our entities. Okay, and then in entities I'm going to create our entity. So first thing, we will have user, and this user, it can have, for now let's use the integer ID only. Then this will have name, so first name and last name, but for simplicity let's take name only. Then we can store when this user was added to our system, so maybe added on, and for simplicity that should be it. And then we can have here username and password. So username, I am going to use plain username and password for simplicity, but in real world projects, in main production apps, you are going to use some maybe some third party identity provider, or maybe SSO or identity server, or maybe at least salted hashed password, right? So that will be the safer to use. So this is simply just for simplicity, so I'm going to use the plain password. This is not recommended for production apps. So ID, name, added on, username, and password, that's all. So for user, then the second thing, we will have messages, right? Or we can say chats. So message, for this message we can have id, message id, and let's take long, or maybe we can have guid, but with long it can auto generate the ids and auto increment, so let's keep it long only. Then we will have who is sending this message, so we will have from id, so int from id, then second to id, and then actual message content, so let's call it content only, and then when this message was sent, so date time sent on. Okay, so using this we can check, so who is sending message, to whom he is sending, so this is basically sender, to id is receiver, content is the actual content, and sent on is the date time when the message was being sent. And I think these two will give us everything, right? Yeah. Yeah, so next thing, let's add the entity framework NuGet packages. So we will add entity framework core, and let's add relational, and we're using .NET 6, so let's use the version 6 of these packages. So install relational will, not relational, let's install SQL Server, so it will internally install the relational as well. 613 SQL Server, so it will install abstraction, analyzer, relational, all these, accept. And then we are going to use code first migrations. So in order to run migrations from package manager console, we need these tools, Microsoft.entity framework core.tools NuGet package, same version 6, and this is also installed fine. So it gives us these commands, add migration and update database, script migration, all these. So we have added entity framework core, SQL Server tools, fine. Now for user, let's add the table attribute, and then name of the table. It is not, if the names are same, then there is no need to add this table attribute, but I like it explicit sometimes. So message, then this is key, name, so this is required, and if we have added this required without a question mark, then this is automatically required, but still I use explicit data annotations, so required. And then we know this is not going to be Unicode, so we will set it Unicode false. So this will basically changes the type of this column in the database. By default Unicode is true, that means the type of name column, it will be and varchar, but now we have changed it, so it will be varchar only. And then max length we are allowing, let's say 25 for name. Added name is fine, then username, this is also required, and Unicode false again. And then max length for username, maybe 30, or let's take 50, not more than that. Then password also required, and it can have Unicode. And then max length for password, let's take 20, that's more than enough. And then we came to message, this is the key, from id to id, and this content, so this is required first thing. And max length, it can have Unicode, So the max length, let's say for now we are supporting 500 characters. Then sent on, this is date time, and for from ID and to ID, both of these IDs are basically foreign keys for this user only. So let's add those virtual properties here. User from user. Okay, and let's have it virtual and then to user. Fine, let's move it to its own class. So we have user and we have message, these two entities we have. Now next thing, let's add a ef core db context. So it will be a class, and let's call it data context or chat context or blazing chat context. Let's call it chat context. So this should inherit from db context. We can have this constructor, so it will have chat context options, base options, fine, and then we will have both of those as db set properties. Db set user from entities users, and then messages. So we have these two. We have db context in place, and we don't need any extra configuration for these entities. No, fine. So chat context is ready, db context is ready basically. So in controller, let's add a controller for registering a user or logging in a user. So let's call it account controller, and this is a controller. Let's delete it. We need a controller, add controller API account controller. Okay, so we have API controller this, and we will have two. So for this we could have for data access layer, we can have a repository layer, we can have service layer, but for the sake of simplicity I'm going to use this chat context directly inside my controller. Okay, but you can have abstraction and loosely coupled application you can create by implementing maybe a repository layer or service layer, so that you can easily unit test those, you can easily modify the implementation, so all those things. Okay, so I'm going to directly inject this. So constructor and chat context and fine. So it will have two endpoints. First, public async task for now, I action result, let's say register a user. Okay, and it will have all the properties of these: name, username, password, at least these three. Okay, so let's add a new folder here, or maybe add the folder. So basically I'm creating a DTO, data transfer object, lightweight class, so that is going to be used for this login or register API. So it will have those three properties. So because I'm going to use this inside our Blazor client app as well, so the best place to add it is this shared project. So let's add it here. So we'll call it class, and then we'll call it, let's say, register DTO. Public class register DTO. It will have three properties. So let's copy these from here only. It will have name, username, and password. So Unicode, it is entity framework specific, so we don't need this. We don't need added on, but we need these three properties: name, username, and password. We can remove this. So in production apps, in real world app, you might want to have a confirm password also, so the user can be sure that what he's entering. Okay, name, username, password, and for this password, data type dot password, we can have this. Okay, fine. So register DTO. Now this account controller, this will have this register DTO. So for this, let's have a global usings file, so that we can have all these usings globally available. Global using this, and we can remove it from here, clear it. Yeah, fine. So register DTO, cancellation token. So it's always a best practice to have this cancellation token, so that it can, if there is some problem from the caller side, maybe when this request was going on, the browser got closed, or there was some problem with network, so it will automatically trigger this cancellation token to be cancelled, so it will cancel the execution. So it's always a good idea to have cancellation token at controller action levels. Okay, so we have this DTO. Now we want to register this DTO to our database. We have this chat context. So first thing, if the username already exists, in this case, first thing, let's try if this user already exists in our database, and we will check it on the basis of username. So let's call it db user equals, we will use chat context dot users dot as no tracking. It's always good idea to use as no tracking if we are not going to modify this object which we are querying. So it actually helps us in improving the performance and removing the overhead of change tracking. So entity framework EF core automatically does this change tracking for us. So whatever we are querying from the context, it actually enables all those for change tracking. So if we are making any change, then directly calling the save changes on that, so it automatically gets all the updated values from change tracking and then applies those. But in this case we are not modifying anything, so we can simply disable the change tracking for this particular queries. It will help us in optimizing this. So as no tracking, then we will say if any async, yeah, we can check any async. We don't need if db user, so we can use username x, so we can say any async, and if the u.username, u is from database, if this is equals to dtu.username, if this is the case, in that case we should use if username exists, we are going to return maybe bad request, because this username already exists, right? So model state dictionary, or we can have a object error. Okay, we can say this username already exists. If that's not the case, in this case, first thing we are going to do, we need to save this DTO, save this register user information to database. So we can have some mapper, maybe auto mapper, or we can create our own mapping details. Maybe we can add mapper here. So in that case it is not going to work because this register DTO, this does not know about the register, that user entity. We can have that in this. So maybe on this user entity we can have that, we can have some logic which actually converts the register DTO to this user. So we can have it here also. Maybe we can have some separate classes, some utilities for this conversion, or we can directly uh, use this wherever we are using. So for example, if we are using here, so we can directly convert it here. So it's up to you what we are using. So we need this user, and this is actually from entity, this one, and we need to have this ID. It will be auto generated. Username we already got. Added on, it will be datetime.now. You can have your own datetime service, so that can have the details of all the offset and time zone and all those things, but for simplicity I'm using directly datetime.now. Next is name. So this also we have from, and password we have this plain password. So implement your own some secure password mechanism. Okay, for now we are using this plain password. So we have created this user object. Now we need to add this user object to our users. So we will use add async, we will use this user, then we will save it. So chat context that save changes async, and we will pass this cancellation token. We can pass this cancellation token to this also, right? Any async, yes, cancellation token, and same for add async, cancellation token. So it is always a good idea to pass cancellation token. Whatever APIs uh, have this cancellation token implementation, we should pass cancellation token. Okay, if username exists, we are going to return bad request. If it does not exist, then it will continue. We are going to add it. So we have added this user. Now we will return a JWT token for this when the user is registered. So for now, just return okay user. Okay, and this will be an HTTP post and API account post, and let's call it register only. And then second thing, the second method we will have for login, public async task of I action result and login. Same thing, we need to have a login DTO. So register DTO, login DTO, it will have username and password, these two things. And move it to its own class, change this, sorry, login DTO, then cancellation token. So now we need to check if this username and password exists. So we will say user equals await the first or default async. So u dot username equals dto dot username and u dot password equals dto dot password, and then second parameter cancellation token. So if user is null, that means credentials are not correct. So we will say maybe not found, or we can check first. We will check username. If that username does not exist, we will return not found. If that username exists, then we will check password. If password is not right for that username, then we will simply throw simply send bad request with password is not correct or invalid credentials, right? For this we will use bad request only, and we will say invalid or incorrect credentials. And if this was fine, for now we are returning this user directly, but actually we want to return a JWT token with all the user details. Okay, so this will also be HTTP post with the name login. So we are done from here. Next thing, let's add our NuGet package for JWT authentication. So it will come from JWT authentication. I don't remember the name. Microsoft authentication. Okay. Microsoft dot ASP.NET dot authentication, something like the authentication dot JWT error. We need this. What? Yeah, 6, version 6. Install it and fine, we have installed it. Okay, so now we need to enable this. We are in program.cs for this server. So we need to enable, so builder.services dot add. Okay, but before that we didn't add db context, right? Okay, let's go. Let's add authentication, and then we need to have what all options we have. Dot add JWT bearer. And it has options. Okay, fine. So for first options, basic authentication sign in default authentication scheme. It will be JWT bearer extensions dot, do we have authentication scheme here? JWT bearer options. JWT authentication scheme, something like this. It should be. Let me search for this. JWT bearer defaults. JWT bearer defaults dot authentication scheme, yeah. And options dot default challenge schema also. We need this only. Then for this add JWT bearer. Here we need to add the token validation parameters. So this is basically a property which will have issuer token validation parameters, default authentication type, audience validator authentication type, clock skew, and we need set all these properties, but we need a couple of to validate and generate the token. Okay, so I have this in one of my previous project. Let me copy that. Mhm. Okay, so let's add a new class here. Let's call it token service, and add this token service configuration, static get token validation parameters, sure validation audience lifetime signing key. We will get the valid issuer from here, valid audience signing key, and all these. Okay, from this now let's remove user. It will have this type of user, additional claim we can have, and we have ID and name, right? Yes. Okay, so this needs to remove all these things. So it needs couple of things from configuration. So okay, before that let's add this token validation parameters. We can have this from token service dot get validation token parameters and I configuration. So we need to pass configuration builder dot configuration. So we have set this here and we should be good to go. Then this token service, let's register it. So we will register it builder dot services dot at transient and token service directly. You could have an interface and multiple implementations, maybe for mocking, for unit test. So token service, we've registered it at transient, and we need this token service inside our account controller. We need it here, token service, and when this is registration and this login, when these operations were successful, then both of these will use the same thing. So let's add a private method here, private void, and maybe generate token, and we will have user. So we can generate the token from this token service dot generate JWT, and it needs this user object and additional claims if any. We will see from user we are setting name identifier, that is ID, and name, that is actual name. So we should be good, we don't need any additional claims. It returns a string that is actually a token. So where token equals this, and we will return this token, or we let's add a response type, maybe auth response, auth response DTO, auth response DTO, public class auth response DTO, and we can create it as record. So it will have name and the token. So string name and string token. Auth response DTO. Fine. So we will return. So auth response DTO, and we will return new auth response DTO. Name will come from user.name, and then this token. So we will return from here this generate token user. And the same thing we will use here. Okay, so token is in place. This is in place. Now for this token there is one missing piece. Generate token, go to this token service. So it needs couple of configurations: JWT, issuer, expire in minutes, issuer, and key. Fine. So let's add this in app settings dot maybe development. So JWT format, JWT, fine. And then it's an object with these things. So issuer, we will use the domain we are using. So the domain we are using is this one. So issuer is this. Then what else our configuration requires? Expire in minutes. Okay, so in minutes, maybe let's say 8 hours. So 8 hours, 480. The next thing again, issuer and key. This key, we need to add some long and secure key, right? So we should generate it. For now we can have this some random key, maybe some random key, whatever, which is secure or something like this. We need these three things, so I think we should be good. So JWT token side we are good. So the only missing piece is we have not registered our data context. So that is our chat context, right? This chat context. We need to register it. So builder.services.add db context, chat context. So it requires options dot use SQL Server, and then we can set our connection string here, right? So for connection string we can get it from configuration, builder.configuration dot get connection string, and we can get it from also chat connection string, or maybe simply call it chat. So for this we need to add it to our app settings. So connection strings, and the key will be what we have used, and I'm using my local. So data source initial catalog, let's say Blazing Chat, and integrated security because I'm using Windows authentication. Trusted connection. Fine. So we should be good now. So we can check this using, did it add Swagger? No, right? Okay, fine. No problem. So let's try to run it, and let me run the Postman. So it's running on this port, this URL, and we have this Postman. So let's try post account, and let's try if we can get to login. It says 404 not found. Account login. Account login API. API account login. Unsupported media type 415 post HTTP post login needs login detail. Okay, and for this we need right this login detail, and it has username and password. So unsupported media type body JSON, and we will have name, sorry, username something and then password, again some random string. System.invalid operation exception, use SQL Server call, Blazing chat, because login failed for user. Okay, so the problem is we have generated it, but we have not created migrations, we have not generated our database. So that's the issue. So let's run the migrations. So add migration, and we need output in data folder and migrations. Okay, so migration name, initial migration. Oh, name mismatch. Okay, the size is zoomed out basically. So I don't know if you were able to see these things properly. Okay, I zoomed it. So now we have generated these migrations, initial migration, and it is in data migrations folder. Fine. Next thing, we need to update database. So this will create database for us. Some error, introducing foreign key constraint, user to table may cause cycles or multiple cascade paths. Specify on delete, no action, or on update, no action, or modify other foreign key constraints. Okay, and this is on message for to user ID. Fine. Message from and to, because these are not uh, nullable, and if we delete user then it should also be deleted, so that's the issue. So we can define we can override the on model creating method and model builder dot user dot sorry entity message, and we can define the relationships here. So e dot has one and goes to m dot to user dot with many dot on delete behavior, let's say new action for now, and same should go for from user. So let's delete these migrations and add migration again. This time I'm going to use the name here only, initial migration. And then update database. So we are good now. It has created the database for us. Now let's run it again and then check the postman if this request is successful. Okay, send. And we are getting invalid credential because this user does not exist, right? So let's duplicate it and let's call the register endpoint and body. It needs name, so let's say name postman user. Username is postman and let's say password is 123456. Send. Username already exists, that means we made some mistake. Account, if username exists then it should show this URL, else now. Okay, rerun. And run it again. It should succeed this time. Yes, it has created a record and we can see the auth response. Name is postman user and the token is this JWT token. We can verify this. So jwt.io debugger encode, we can verify this. It will have all the things. So it has this name identifier one, that is ID, user ID, and this name which is this postman user. So we have correct data in our JWT and we got the correct response. So this thing is working. So register and now let's try login. So login, username is postman and password is, for now let's try incorrect password only, incorrect credential. And if we enter the correct password then we will get the same response, name and then token. Fine. So API side we are done. Now in order to enable the chat functionality we need SignalR. So let's set up SignalR now. So in order to add SignalR, we will use builder.services.add SignalR. This is the simplest thing. Builder services add SignalR and we have added this. We have registered the SignalR. Now next thing is SignalR uses a concept of hubs. So hub is basically, we could say, an abstraction layer which allows us and which does the heavy lifting for us. So it creates a connection between our server and our client for real-time communication. So it allows us to call server side methods from client side and client side methods from server side. Okay, so first thing, let's add a folder here, hubs, and we will add a class here. Let's call it chat hub or blazing chat hub. Blazing chat hub. Okay, fine. And it will be inherited from this hub class, and we are going to use generic hub. So this hubs, it needs a type. So that type we are going to generate that here, public interface, and let's say I blazing hub, blazing chat hub client. So in this interface we will have methods which will be defined in the client side. So from client we are going to call these methods, no, from on client we are going to define these methods basically. So for example, from client we will for example, let's say void and receive message, and it's message for now. We're going to change this method down the line, but for now let's use it, and we need this thing. Now this hub, it has couple of methods. This hub t, it is an abstract class. This is hub class. It has couple of properties, but we are not interested in properties. So we have this on connected async, on disconnected async, these methods. Then we have couple of properties which we can use. So for this thing, first thing, okay, for now just generate this. We have added this class. Now we need to map this blazing chat app in our program.cs. So we will go here. So after controllers and before this map fall back to file index.html. This is for WebAssembly and this is for our API. So we need to inject this between these. So map hub, and then we can add the type of the hub. Then we need to define a pattern. This is basically a URL for our hub. So we will say hubs, then blazing chat, and we should be good now. So we have set up and configured up our chat hub, and save all, blazing chat hub, we are fine. Let's add constructor, and then let's override the on connected method to check if the request is coming here or not. Okay, fine. This is fine. Now we are almost done on the server side. Now next thing is, let's go to client side, Blazor. Now if we run this, so we have this. Let's add this side. We have this home counter fetch some color, maybe in half only. So first thing, let's remove this left panel. Let's remove everything. Let's remove everything from here. So we'll go to shared main layout. We have the sidebar nav. We will have this body directly. Index.html, page title index. Let's change this to our product name and remove all these. And in index.html, what we have here, we have bootstrap, we have our app.css, then these are generated CSS is loading, and everything is fine. And this bootstrap is of version 5.1, fine. So index.html, Blazing chat. So first thing we need to check if uh, one of the user is coming to this index.razor page, we need to check if user has uh, already logged in or not. Or maybe let's say when user coming to this index page, the direct domain, then we'll show the login page, right? Slash. So the login page, for login page, hmm, okay, hold on. First thing, let me check div id app, and we don't have anything else. And in main layout body, so maybe first thing div class container fluid, and this is body. Now index page is going to be our login page. So first thing, let's have a container here. Have a row here. Then let's, so I'm not very good with designing, that's why I'm using this bootstrap classes. So call for, and we have offset also. What are those offset classes? Okay, so maybe let's add three columns, and the center column we are going to have h2, so we will say blazing chat login. Let's add one hr, and then we will have a form here, login form. So for this we will use edit form, and this edit form, this is a built-in Blazor component. It requires a model that we will define here. In code we will have a property of login DTO. So we need to access this login DTO, so we can go to imports.razor, and we can add the this using statements. So share.dto, remove this, fine. Login DTO, we can say this login model. So this login model, let's add it as default. Edit form, we will add model as login model, and then okay, it's running already. Okay, fine. Then we will have username and password fields, right? So first thing, div class mb3, and inside this class we will use input text, and we will bind this with login model, dot username. We can have display name at username, fine. Maybe let me stop. Close and stop. Okay, next thing we need validation summary. So validation message, and for it needs expression func. So we can say login model dot username, and this edit form we are enabling the data annotation validations. So we will enable it by having this data annotation validator tag helper. We have username. The next thing, let's have password here. Password, password, and then password. Fine. Next thing, we need a button to submit this form. So button type submit. Classes will be btn. btn. Let's use green color only. And next, the type will be, let's say, login. Login, and for logging in, we will have a boolean property here which will say if we are logging in currently. So let's say processing, or yeah, processing, or let's call it busy. By default it is false, and let's define a method here. So we will say private async task, and let's say on login, or let's say login async. Edit form, and it has on valid submit. So we will say on valid submit, call this login async button, login async method. So let's add try catch finally. First thing we will say is busy is true, and finally is busy false. So whether there was some exception or it was successful, so it's better to use finally. Or maybe if the request this was successful, then there is no point of setting it back because we will navigate to chat page, right? So let's change it, and we can have maybe one more. Method here for now. Yes, we will see if, where we are going to write this. So this is fine. Next thing, we need the http client which we have registered. So right, we have registered that http client in program.cs. This http client we have registered, and it already has this url. So we will inject this, and in order to inject something, we can directly call inject, the type, the name of the property. So it will automatically generate us a property and provide the actual value. So http client, we have it here, and now we will call this http client dot post as json async, and this login dto is the type we are passing. It requires a request URI. So base address, actually this is this base address only, the main domain only. So next thing, we need API slash account slash login, and then second parameter is the body, and in this case body is this login model. Then next is cancellation token. We don't have it right now, we will implement it later. So it will give us a response. Now we will check what is the type of this response, if it was success or not. It's success status code, then it was successful. If not, then also we will set is busy to false and we will show some error message here. In this case, login wasn't successful. Okay, now we have is success status code. Then we can extract the content from this request using response dot content dot read as string async. Now this content, this has a string content. Then we can check the auth result by simply saying await uh, JSON serializer dot deserialize async, and the type here is auth response DTO, and the value here is this content. Okay, async is applicable, supported on streams. So this auth result, we will have the actual auth result here, the name and the token. So now let's add couple of breakpoints here. This breakpoint will be this breakpoint, remove this and add breakpoints to the controller as well. Controllers, and let's say login. Let's try to run it. So it's here. Blazing chat, error occurred, and what is the error? We can check it by opening console. It is saying edit form requires either a model parameter or an edit context parameter. We have given model parameter, right? Model login model. Yes, we have given this login. What is the issue then? Login model. We have given this login model. Is it because of null? Let's rerun. Because of null. Now we have these two things. Okay, we need to change it to password. For now, let's try if the request is going and if we can debug it. So for this, let's add some random thing. Click on login. We are here at login async. Is busy. Response. Request came to this API, and this DTO, it has this username and password. Username is null, bad request. We are here, success status code is not correct. We got some error, right? We need to parse that error here. Then continue, and if we check it here in network tab, request is here. If we check payload, we pass the payload, and what preview, the result we got, it was incorrect credential and type was status code was 400, that is bad request. So it is working. Let's fine tune this. So first thing, if we will check the status code on this response. So the type of this response is HTTP response message, and on HTTP response message we can check the status code, right? So if the status code was not successful, then we will check if, or maybe we can say switch response dot, what is happening, response dot status code. This is what I'm writing, right? This status code, this is HTTP status code enum. So HTTP status code from system.net. If it was bad request, then we will do something. So let's add a error message string here. By default it will be null, so it is nullable, and we will set this error message ex.message, and here if the type was bad request, then we will try to get the value. But how can we get value? Can we get it it returns us the JSON, right? So maybe for now we can simply write this thing. So we are getting the content here from the response, and then what is it complaining about? Switch case. Content, we got this content, and we will an error message. We can fine tune this later for maybe model validation errors, but for now we should be good to go with this only. If it was bad request, then we'll show this, or maybe in any case we should get this error content, string error content equals null, then we will try to do this. So if there is no content, in that case this will fail. So that's why let's try to have it inside a try catch block. So error content, we have this error content here. For error message, we will directly show error content if it was bad, or maybe error content is already there, so we can check if, okay, we will check if string dot is null or white space this error content, then only we'll try to modify this. So this error content in this case will be bad request, and if that's the case, why not just add this thing directly. Okay, so for error content, we can directly say status code. Okay, we also has that reason phrase. We will say error 400 and then response dot reason phrase. Fine. So we don't need this now. Let's move it here. Fine. And this error content, we will show this error content here. If not string dot is null or white space error content, then we will show p class text danger, red color text, error content. What is error message? Sorry, error content. So we will set error message equals error content, and we will use this error message. Fine. So it will show us this thing. Let's try to run it. So it's here. If I add some incorrect data, it will come here. Let's continue and incorrect credentials. And if I add the correct data, postman 123456, continue, postman 123456. This was the correct data, right? For login, username is postman and 123456. Postman 123456. Oh, what is this? 1236. Let's try from here again. We got the data. Login. Continue. DTO has password 123456 and the username is postman. What is the issue then? Yeah, generate token. Here. Oh, because we didn't reset that, so it was successful. Okay, my bad. So let's go back to index.razor. So whenever we are clicking on this button, we should reset this error message. So is busy true and error message null. And the point of this is busy is this: we need to disable this button if is busy. Issue. Okay, let me stop this. If it is busy, then we will add disabled, and if it's not, then nothing. Missing attribute name. What is this? Okay, it should actually work like this. And for this, let's fix this. So for this password, we need to set the password, input text, password, display name, password, username, and let's add class. This will be form control. This is from Bootstrap. Form control. This is fine. Let's wrap this also inside a MB3, submit, and let's add one more button for register. Register, and let's have it BTN outline primary. Button type submit. So for this we are going to use the nav link component. What is the issue? Okay, nav link component. So for nav link we need to set href, and that will be register. We will create this in bit register, and then I think href register, then class. We will use these classes and register. Let's create one more component for this register in pages. Raise a component, razor page, and it will be register. 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 I think all set. Let's see. Let's see it in action now. Login, register. If we click on register, we are on register page. Back login, then placeholder is not coming up. Did we add placeholder? Spinning. No, we didn't add placeholder. We will add it. Okay, some incorrect password. Login. Is the button disabled right now? Okay, fine. Incorrect credential. Now if we enter the correct credential, 123456, login. So where is it? Auth result. Let's set up breakpoint here. Continue, and we got name and token as null, and this is because it returned name and token in camel case, and it is not accepting the default camel case. Okay, we need to set this, then continue, and this time it worked. Okay, so first thing, let's add the camel case conversion. So JSON serializer options, new JSON serializer options, and it must be having property naming policy or something related to property name case insensitivity. Now converters default include fields property naming policy, I guess, and there is new JSON naming policy.camel case. This one. Naming policy, JSON naming policy, and camel case. Fine. Let's continue this time. Let's see. It should give us the correct values. In auth result, we should have correct name and token. Post name 1 2 3 4 5 6. Continue, continue, and auth result, and we have name and token correctly set to these two properties. Okay, fine. We have these properties now. So let's stop and make the last change. We will add placeholders. Placeholder, enter username, and same goes with this placeholder, enter password. Okay. Does it have pull left and pull right classes? No. Pull right. No. They have changed so many classes in Bootstrap 4 and 5. I have used Bootstrap 3 a lot, 3.7 specifically. Now we don't have these classes left. Okay, maybe let's try to find out. Bootstrap 5. Let me try to find out. So it's float left, float and float start, float and float none. Fine. So float start and float end. So let's come here, and for this thing we will say float end, and for the first one we will say float start. And what else we have there? I think we should be good to go now. Let's add labels also. Label class control label username and password. Maybe let's add one HR here and one HR here. Let's run this for last time. So these didn't work because of float start end. Enter username and enter password. All good. How can we reset this? Do we have clear fix again? Let me find it out again. So there was clear fix class in Bootstrap 3.7. So using that we can we could remove these float start end and all those. So let's see. Yes, we have this here, clear fix. And so now let's add this clear fix here, clear fix. Okay, so it's good now. We can go to register, we can come to login, and logging in successful. So for register also, let's copy the same thing. Register, let's copy this complete thing, and let's cut these two from here and add it to imports. Fine. And from here copy everything, go to register, paste everything, and Blazor chat register. Let's add a register here. Register login model, let's change it to register RTO, and let's change this to register model. Login model, register model, rename it. Okay, register DTO, rename login DTO to register DTO. API account register. Okay, everything is fine. Login is sync. Register is sync. Register is sync. Username, password, and it will be register, and it will be login, and href will be blank slash, and before username we will have name, name, and placeholder will be name. Fine, so playing chat, register, everything is fine. After logging in, after registering, everything looks fine, right? Yeah. Okay, let's try register also. Let's quickly try this. Register, playing chat, register, login. If we go to login, we can go to login. Register, login, fine. Login is registered. If we register it, okay. Let's add one more user, Abhay Prince. Abhay Prince, and password again the same password, and register. Okay, after registering, I'm not doing anything, right? Let's try to register it again with the same details. Did something happen? No. Network, register, username already exists. Okay, so it must have saved our username. Fine, login, outline, primary, float, and login. BTN outline primary. Why isn't it working. What if we set it this only? I don't know why this login, it should have the same classes. BTN outline primary. Background color is this because it's active. So we need to set match and match type. No, what is the match? Casing no nav link match dot prefix or dot all. Because of this, register login, register login. Fine. So we have this register. Okay, let's increase this a bit. We can have that card layout, right? Card. Let me try to find out a better view. The card layout from Bootstrap. Let's use that. Let's use this layout. Login. That is index page. Index inside container. Card header and card header will be this thing. Card body will be this complete edit form. And then card footer. Okay, in this case there is no card footer, or maybe let's move this outside and we can have our buttons in card footer. HR, remove these HRs. What happened? Div with no matching tag. Edit form after this div. This thing and row closing div, and then inside this let's do 2 and 2 4, and then remaining up 8. Eight. Div, and let's remove this thing. And one more thing, I just checked for yeah, these spinners for buttons we can have like this. So for example, the second one, this button, this loading, this one is this, right? So let's copy this, and for this submit button we will check if is busy, then this. If it's not busy, then this thing. Let's remove this. Copy this. Between primary, instead of this we had between success, disabled, and let's try. How is it looking now? Okay, so this is this thing, username, password, enter username and password, register, login, everything is fine. And card body, does this card body has this center thing? Display inline block. Oh, they removed this control label class. Yeah, they removed this control label class. So let's see what they have now for forms. Form. Okay, but before form, let's check if loading is working. Let's remove it, continue, remove. Yeah, loading would, it is not showing that loading text. Network 200 and we didn't reset it, that's why it is showing this. But why it is not showing that loading text? Loading text. Oh, because we used this visually hidden class, that should be direct loading. So visually hidden class, this thing, we can remove this and directly have this loading here. Fine, and we can do the same thing for register, but before that let's see forms, form control. This is the form control. Okay, for label they have this form label class now. Form label, yeah. Instead of control label, it is form label. Control label, form label. Fine. So let's do the same thing for this form label, form label, form label, and let's copy this design for register also. Okay, and then this edit form, let's cut this edit form out. And edit, where's the edit form? Set card body, and then let's move this edit form here, remove this thing, edit form after card footer. Okay, we already have this. And next thing, we need to change it, login, this thing, and for this it should be register. Same should go to this button, the first one. This is the first one, right? Yeah. Okay, register. Now we don't need this thing. We don't need this button. We don't need this div together with this HR. Hmm. Legend chat. Register to it. And looks like everything is fine now. Okay, let's check both of these for the last time. Login, register. We need to move these to left. We'll do this, but for now let's, okay, we have this login, we have this register. Now next thing is our main chat page, right? So main chat page, okay, stop it for now. Let's create the chat page. Razor component, chat, let's call it chat only. Chat page for now, page chat, and from login and register, when the user is successfully logged in or registered, then we will navigate the user to this chat page. So for that, go to index page and let's inject navigation manager. So using navigation manager, we can do navigation from the code, from C# code. So in this case, auth result here, if we reached at this point, that means everything was successful. So we can say navigate to, and the URI, the next URI is chat, and the same thing should happen from register page. If we reach so far, then we should move to chat page, and let's inject this navigation manager on register page as well. Register page, inject, and find. Save all, continue, yeah, run it. Username, password, login, loading, and it moved to chat page. Fine. So next thing is we need to design this chat page. So it will have one header which will have the current user's name, and then it will have a left sidebar or maybe right sidebar with all the users and chats, and when we click on any of the chat from left or right sidebar, then the middle section, then the center section, it will have the chat details with that particular contact, with that particular user, and at the bottom there will be a text box or text area, so which will be used to send the message. That's what we are going to do. And before that, this chat page, this should be authenticated page, right? So Blazor provides one authentication state provider, so we can implement that, but for this I will implement a custom authentication state provider. So there are two approaches. One thing, we can save or authenticated the token and the name, these details to browser's local storage, so that it can be persisted if we close the browser and open it again, so that also we can get these details. But for this I am going to use the session storage approach, but I will not use session storage. I will simply use a local state management for this Blazor app, So it will have a kind of inbuilt, not inbuilt means the state for that particular session. So when user will log in or register, we will store these inside this Blazor C# objects only, and that will be applicable, that will be available within that session only. If we close the browser, or if we close the tab, or if we move to another tab, then that state will not be there. So you'll need to log in again. That's what we are going to do. So for that, first thing what we can do, we can uh, use, let's say, states. We'll create a folder states, and let's have a authentication state here. Authentication state, and this authentication state, let's implement I notify property changed for this. We need to implement this. Okay, and this will have first name, second, okay, we need the full app, or how are we going to set this? Okay, fine. It will have name, it will have token, these two things. It will have these two things, and let's have a helper method, public void load, uh, maybe load data, or maybe let's call it load state, and it will have name and token, or maybe let's get it from auth response data. So we will use name, token, and then we will call this property changed. We will simply um, invoke this property changed dot invoke, sender will be this, and property changed event args, new property changed event args. It needs a type, a name, but we are modifying both of these at the same time, so maybe we can give it null for now. So this authentication state, we will use this as a cascading parameter, and let's check. Okay, let's use this is authenticated. Yeah, let's use this property. Let's implement this as full. Prop full bool is authenticated. Is authenticated. Remove this. We will return this. And for setting, we will check if authenticated is not equal to this, then we will set it, and we will notify name of is authenticated. This looks fine now, and here we will simply set is authenticated equals to or maybe we can set one more state, unload state. I don't know if we are going to use this or no, but let's create this method. Is authenticated is false, and name will be null, and token will also be null. And let's make this nullable. So this thing, this authentication state, this is this type. We are going to use this authentication state as a uh, cascading parameter. So let's go to shared main layout, and let's add code here, and let's define this property authentication state. Before that, let's add the namespace states. We have authentication state, we have authentication state property, and default value is this thing. And now we need to wrap our app inside a cascading value tag. And this cascading value, it requires a value, and this value will be this authentication state, and we can set name also. So for this, let's use this authentication state name only. So now we can access this authentication state parameter inside all our pages, because it is a this cascading value, this is a parent for this body, so we can access it everywhere. So first thing, let's go to login, so that is index. Here we will receive that as a parameter, prop authentication state authentication, and this is a cascading parameter. And it's better to use name to avoid conflicts, but for this we could have skipped it because the name is same and single type, but still explicit is fine. So this authentication state, now when everything is fine, so before navigating to chat page, we can set authentication state dot load state, and we can set this auth result. So it will set this. Now same thing we will do with register. So register page, before moving to chat page, let's do this, and before that let's access this. Okay, now this thing we can access this on chat page. Now the main thing comes here. We will override the initialized method, then we will check here if this is authenticated or not. If this is not authenticated, user is not authenticated and trying to connect to this chat page, it will automatically redirect user to the home page, or let's say login page in our case. So first let's check if we are getting things correctly or not. If is authenticated and else, let's put a breakpoint here, and fine, continue. Let's check. Now what is the issue? We missed something here. So it's here. So this is login page. If we directly connect to chat page, breakpoint. We are here, authentication state. If we check null, 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 and is authenticated is false. So this will give us else. So that is, this page is, the user is not authenticated, so we are not allowing him to see this chat page. From here we will redirect user to login page, index page in our case. Continue. Now let's check what happens after login. So postman 123456 login, and it redirected to chat page. Now let's see what we have this time. This time authenticated is true. We have name and we have token. So in this case it will go inside this if condition. That means we are good to allow this page to be seen by the user. Okay, so let's connect the last piece. Inject navigation manager, and from else let's move user back to slash, and from here we will allow user to say, well, let's say we can say here welcome authentication state dot name. Okay, so for if we can revert this, we can negate this. So if not authenticated, then we will navigate user to the home page. Let's run it. Let's see if we try to connect chat directly. It will not allow us. It will redirect user to main home page. And after this, it will pass user to this thing, and we can see welcome postman user, the name of the user. So it is good. Let's have a quick recap what we have done so far. So we have created a Blazor WebAssembly project with hosted selected. So it has this server project. It is kind of a wrapper for our WebAssembly project, and this client is WebAssembly project, and then this is shared, which has the models DTOs which are shared across both of these projects. And then we added JWT authentication mechanism complete. So we added this, then we added EF core, we added entities. So initially we have only two entities, one is for user and one is for chat message. Then we added SignalR for server. So SignalR server, we have added this hub, and then we have added an account controller which handles registration of user and login of user. So register and login. Then on the UI side, we have added two projects, two pages, index, which is login page for our application. So it opens the login page. Then we have register page, so we can switch between these two. We can register, a user can register himself and he can log into the system. Then we have this chat page. So after login or registration, this page will be opened where we will have the complete chat screen, the contact list, current logged in or active online users, then chat message. All these are going to be part of this page. And to handle to check the current authentication state, so this chat page, this is protected page. So we have implemented a custom state, that is this authentication state, and we have added it as a cascading value in our main layout. So we are setting it when we are logging in. So it has a cascading parameter, this authentication state. So when user logs in, where is it? Yeah, when user logs in, then we are setting the state, or when user registers in our system, then we are setting this state. And then after login or registration, the user is redirected to the chat page, and we have a check on this chat page if the user is authenticated. That means user is coming from login or registration page, then only we'll allow user to see this page, chat page. If that is not the case, we are simply navigating user back to the slash page, which is index page, and in our case this index page is actually a login page. So that is what we have done so far. Let's quickly see the UI. So it's loading, and we have this index page, and if we try to access chat page directly, it is going to redirect us back to the login page. So let me zoom it a little bit. Yeah, so this is login page. We can switch to register, and from register we can go back to login page. So for login, we have created this user postman with 12345 login, and we have this loading state, and now we are on the chat page. So it is the system has allowed this user to see this chat page, because now user is authenticated. It is coming from the login page. So now next thing, we are going to design this page. We are going to enable SignalR client, and then we'll start the communication. So let's get started. So first thing, let's go to this chat page, and on this chat page, let's break this page into, first thing, div class container, then we'll have two columns. So first one, let's say first we'll add a row, then the first column will be call maybe 3, and the second one will be 9. Okay, so in this one we are going to see users, and this one we are going to see chat window or chat messages window. And on top of this, we will show the current user name of the application and the current user's name, and option to log out. So let's have it complete with do we have a panel in Bootstrap 5? Let's check. So panel actually gives us a nice header, at least a header 5.3. We are using 5.1. And do we have panel? Panel, no. We have cards, right? Cards only, which we used for the login and register, right? So this thing, kind of this, right? Okay, for now let's use this card. So in container, in call 12, or direct in container, let's use card, and in card header we will use those things, and inside card body we will have all this. Not the 12 but users list and chat messages. Okay, and let's add our application name here, maybe h2, and let's break this down to two columns, div class row and div class call. For now let's keep these equal width. Then in the first one we will use application name, and in the second one we will use username and option to log out. Right, so username we can show directly, let's say label hi, or let's say welcome, and then username, and username we can have from authentication state dot name. And then we'll have a button, type button, classes btn small, btn let's say danger, and it will be a logout button. Fine. Here we will show users list. For now just have this, and here we will have chat messages. Let's see how is it looking. It's loading, and again we are on this page. So maybe we'll need to have first, we'll need to have uh, browser's local storage, so that we don't have to log in again and again, right? Let's try that. But before that we have this blazing chat, we have welcome, then username, we have this logout button, and we have these two things. Okay, so next thing, can we change its background, the card header? What if we add the primary? Would it work? Yes, it will work. Can we also have something like text white? Yes, we have. Fine. Instead of bg primary, let's try it. Added a secondary color also, right? Let's see. Colors, helpers. Where are the colors? Contextual colors, something like that. Contextual classes. Primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info, light, and dark. So maybe, where is that? BG info, BG success, and how about success England? How about danger? It looks nice. the red color. In this case, we need to change this logout appearance. Okay, we'll change it. But before that, let's check the left and right class, right? So left and right, what if we have on this label, on this column, do we have something text to write? No. And what if we add this class here? Let me check what is the class and how can we move it to the right side. So I have used Bootstrap 3 for a very long period of time, and it was having pull left, pull right, and so many easy classes. Or we can say these are also easy, but I'm not using Bootstrap 5, that's why I'm not much familiar with all these changes. So let me find out. We have float right. No. What about this? Float right. There was float end, I think, right? Yeah, float end. And the same thing if we do for this float end. So we need to switch this position, move it to left and this one to right. Or what if we add this thing directly to this and remove float end from here? No. So we need to add float end to both of these. Then this button, this needs to be changed, maybe btn danger outline or outline danger. Outline danger. No, we need to change it to something else. Let's try warning. Fine. Okay. Okay, fine. And we need spacing from the top. So for this card, maybe we can have margin top, maybe 50 px. And for its height, maybe let's have max height for this section, the card body. Here is card body, here is card body. So we can have min and max height, or let's say height, and maybe we can calculate virtual height minus 50 from top, 150 px. We have this. Okay, so for this 100 vh, so we have calci in css, so it actually calculates basically whatever we are providing in here. So 100 vh refers to 100% of virtual height, the current height we are having, viewport height, not virtual, viewport height. Then minus 150 pixel. So this 150 pixel is for I am having this 50 pixel margin from top, and this header, it maybe it is somehow around 50-60 px, and I wanted to have some margin from bottom also, that's why I have added it as 150 px. Okay, so let me copy all these to our code. So first thing, this Blazing chat call card header, we need this to bg danger and text to height. Then for this column we need to switch their uh, positions, then float end. Same goes for this float and class float end. And then for this card body we can have uh, messages window, maybe a class. And then if we go to triple w root, we will have this index.html. And here if we want some global level style, then we can add it to the css app.css. So we have triple w root css and this app.css, we can add it here. And if we want some style that is scoped to that particular uh, component, then we can have scoped style. So we can make a copy of this page, then stop, and then we can have razor.css extension. So chat.razor, this is the component chat.razor.css. This is a scoped css file for this one. So we can add our css styles here. So in our case we have this class and we need height calci 100 vh minus 150 px, this thing. So let's try it. Or maybe before that why am I having these two files? Okay, users list and okay, let first check this, then we'll add other details. Oh, okay. We have all these things. No, height did not get applied. Why so? Message window, messages window, class, and it applied this messages window. Oh, so maybe let's first fix this. For now we'll save the token in the local storage, in browser storage. So for that let's go to index.html and let's add a new JavaScript file here. A new item in triple w root folder, we'll add a JavaScript file. So maybe let's call it app.js only, and we'll add a method here. So window dot, let's say get from storage, it needs a key, and we will simply return local storage dot get item key, and then we'll add one more here, set to storage, and it will have key and value. So local storage dot set item, and we will set key and value. So now we'll access these two JavaScript functions from our Blazor code. So first thing we need to set these items. Let's go to main layout razor page, and here what we can do, let's override on initialized async, and let's inject IJS runtime, make it async, and when this layout is being initialized, at that time we will check if we have data in our local storage. So what we can say, we can say await uh, js runtime dot invoke async and invoke void async. So using invoke async, if the JavaScript function returns some value, we will use invoke async. If the function does not return any value, then we will simply use invoke void async. So in this case, we need invoke async, and what type of value we are expecting. So it will be string, because in local storage or session storage it only accepts string for now. So we will save the serialized value here, and when we will fetch the data, we will fetch the string data, then we will deserialize it to the actual type. So in this case we need this. Then identifier means the name of the method, name of the function. In our case, the name of the function is get from storage, and we need a key. So for this we can simply have a const key here, private string const, and let's say auth store key. Const invalid token content class or struct. So now we need to pass the parameters for this function. So if we check this function expects one parameter, which is key. So in our case, key is this one, so we will simply use this. So now we will check if auth state JSON. If we have this, so if not string dot is null or white space auth state JSON, that means we have authentication state. Now we need to fetch it, parse it. So we can parse it using JSON serializer dot deserialize, and the type will be authentication state, and the data, this is auth state JSON, and this is, we could say this is auth state. And now we need to set this data to this authentication state. So we can simply access the authentication state dot load state, and for load state we had that auth response DTO. Maybe we can convert it to auth response DTO if we need, if we want. Yeah, let's try this. Auth response DTO. Auth response DTO, sorry, auth state. So now this piece is ready. So this is, it will try when application loads. When it loads this layout, then it will check if we have the authentication state. If that's the case, then it should directly navigate to chat page. right? If this is the case, so we can add this thing here also, that is navigation manager. Now inject navigation manager, and now I know this is already authenticated, but still we'll check it. If this is the case, then we will navigate user to navigation manager dot navigate to chat page. Chat. Okay, this is getting part. What about setting? So setting this to the storage. So it will set whenever we are logging in or registering a user, then it should uh, set the auth response DTO to storage. So let's copy this JS runtime. Let's move to index page, inject this, and when user is logged in, so after this load stage, we can do the similar thing. So here we'll use uh, JS runtime dot invoke void async, because this time we don't need the result. So the function name for setting, we need to return it. Return. So for setting, the name is set to storage, and it expects two parameters. So we can add comma separated parameters here. So first one is the constant, the name of the key that is here. So we can make it public and we can move it out from here. And where should we move it? For now, let's add it in authentication state only. We can access it here using authentication state dot auth store key, and same thing for index dot razor authentication state dot auth store key. This is the key name, then value, this value should be a serialized JSON value. In this case, we have this auth result, which is already deserialized. So I think we should use this to this also. We can have a helper method, so we don't have to write it again and again. Serialize options, camel case. Okay, so we need to use JSON serializer dot serialize, and we are serializing a value that is auth result, in this case auth result, comma value type, it needs type, right? T value. Okay, this one we can use T value, and JSON serializer options. So we need to use the same JSON serializer options. Now we can have a wait here, and what is missing? JS runtime, I missed something. Okay. Or maybe let me add some utilities. We might need it on server side. No, we will not. need it on server side. So let's add a folder and let's call it maybe helpers, and let's add a class here. Now let's call it JSON converter. It will have static class JSON converter, and this JSON serializer, we can have it as a static property here. So JSON serializer options, JSON serializer options, and we can say this is this thing, public static this. We can remove this. Okay, fine. Now we can have two more helper methods. One for serializing, public static string serialize, and it will have object value to serialize, and if we are overriding the JSON serializer options, then we will use it. By default it will have null value. Now we can return JSON serializer system.text.json, and we can use this thing. If this is null, then it will use the default JSON serializer options, this thing. Same thing for deserializing. So deserializing, it will be type of t result, deserialize, t result, and it will have a string, serialized string. Then options, if we have, then deserialize, and it will use t result, it will use this thing. And if we have JSON, we have passed JSON serializer options, then it will use those. If not, it will use the default which we have set here, right? So let's make it nullable, and we should be good to make it nullable also, and this one also. Fine. So we have this thing, and let's add it to imports.razor. So we don't need to inject it, we don't need to using it. And now we have our JSON converter, we have all these options. Fine. So main layout, JSON serializer options, deserialize. So let's use our deserializer. So we will use JSON converter dot deserialize auth response DTO, and we will use value which is auth state JSON in our case, and we will remove everything else. It looks clean, right? Okay, deserializing is fine. Let's go to index page. Here also we are deserializing this one, so let's change it to our JSON converter content, and we don't need this because this is the default one we have. Fine. And same goes here. Here we are serializing it, right? So let's have it where serialized. We will use our converter, JSON converter dot serialize, and we will use this auth result, and that's also this serialized data we will use as the second parameter. Now we have joined all the pieces. Now there is one missing piece, that is we need to add this app.js to our index.html. So let's use it, and we have this app.js. Fine. So now we have all the pieces from login. Where is login? After logging in, We are adding it. Fine. Okay, now let's try. It should ask for login for the first time only, and then it will store this data in its local storage. Then it should remain there. This is not 100% foolproof because this is not using the expiration and all those things. So, but for now, for our purpose, we can have it. And there is some error. And what is the error? Let's see. Get from storage was undefined. Could not find get from storage. Get from storage. And where is the get from storage? Get from storage app.js. Get from storage. Right. This is right. Let's check if we have that JS loaded. Network app.js. Yes, we have this. So if we try to access this directly with some key, it is working. Okay, so maybe let's try with Windows. Sorry, not Windows, window dot get from storage. Same thing for set to storage. Set to storage, yes. Let's try it. Okay. So if we check in storage application, we have this local storage. For this, we have I18 next LNG. This is for localization. This must be default from Blazor. And now if we try to log in this user, we are here and we can see this auth key. So it added it to local storage, and now it will be persisted in its local storage until we explicitly remove this. So now let's try to run it again. Now it should automatically redirect us to chat page. Yes, it worked. Okay, so now it make our life easier, and now we can see this height as well, right? The height is also working now. Fine. So next thing we need, or we can skip it, the top margin, right? Okay. First thing, now let's remove this welcome postman user because we are having this here, and this logout button. Chat page, where is chat page? Okay, let's remove all other pages. Close all but pen. So for this button, warning, remove SM and remove this. We are good now. And log out this blazing chat. We remove that. We need some spacing between these two. So we can add maybe margin right to this. Margin right. Nothing happened. Okay, maybe because label is not block, in this case display inline block. Okay, we can add Margin left to this one. Did not work. Margin right. Margin float right between display block. Display block then also. Is MR is not a class anymore? Or is it MR1? No. What happened? Let's check again the utilities spacing. M is for margin, top, bottom. Oh, start and end. Start and end. Let's add on this label MP1. Yeah, margin and 1. Let's use this ME2. And then some margin from top also. Put this, right? So MT3, no, MT2. Yeah, this is fine. So it is for label float end. Fine, we have this. Now next thing, we are going to have one separator here, left users list, then right side chat messages. So for users list, we can use the list component from here, this list group. We can use this list group. This one. Numbered for showing online status, we can show this also. Okay, so let's use this one. So users, or maybe let's create different components for this. So first thing, we'll add a folder for components. Components, and let's add a users list component. Users list component, or just call it users list. Fine. For users list, we will have this, and it will have a list of string users, and it will be a parameter. So we'll add parameter here, and it will have a default value numerable dot empty string. Fine. Now we'll check if we have, or let's add a for each directly user in users, and then we'll use this. Instead of an item, we will use user, and remove this. Fine, we have this users component ready. Then next thing, we need this chat message component. So let's create another component, and let's call it messages, or maybe single chat. chat messages. Fine. Let's have it like this only for now. Okay, now I think we need to have a list of string users here as well. Users with the same empty list. So we need to use our users component here. What was the name? Users list. Okay, let's add this namespace in our imports. Users list, and for this users we'll pass our users. Fine, and for chat messages we will use the chat message component. Okay, let's run it. It's loading and it should go to chat page. Yes, we have this chat messages text which is coming from chat messages component, and users list component is empty because we do not have any user, and our logic says if we have user then it will render those render that list. Fine, so I think we are good till here. Now next thing is to implement the SignalR client. So for SignalR client, first thing we need to add the SignalR server that is enabled by default, installed by default, but for client we need to add it from NuGet. So let's check in client project. We will add SignalR client. Oh, my internet disconnected. SignalR client. What is the name? SignalR. Close. Open again. Managing that package. SignalR. So Microsoft ASP.NET Core SignalR client, fine. And we are using .NET 6, so let's use this version 6 of SignalR client as well. Install. Okay. Accept. Okay. Now we need SignalR on this page only, this chat.razor page only. So first thing for SignalR, we will have a hub connection. So it comes from SignalR client, hub connection, and it can be nullable. So we will initialize this hub connection when we are initializing this component. So that means in on initialized page. Now we will initialize it only if we are actually displaying this chat page. So if the user is authenticated, then only. So if it is not authenticated, we are redirecting him back, and if user is authenticated, then We will say hub connection equals, we will create the hub connection using hub connection builder, and we need to set the URL, and URL we have navigation manager right here. Navigation manager dot to absolute URI, and now we need hub URL here. So for hub URL we can check server program.cs, and we have registered our hub to this URL, hubs slash blazing hyphen chat. So we will use this here, and then we'll build the connection. So connection is ready. Now we need to start this connection. So to start this connection, we can use hub connection dot start async. So we are now starting it, and because we have started this, so it will start a WebSocket, and in order to avoid memory leak, we need to dispose this. So to dispose this, we will use iDisposable. So let's use iDisposable of start async. It must be having that async disposable. Async disposable, and we will use public async value task, right? If we go to this value task dispose async, value task dispose async. Now we will simply dispose this using the null check, and now what is the issue? Value task does not contain a definition for get awaited. Doing dispose async if underscore hub. Let's check if the issue is this. Yes. Okay, so we need to check it beforehand. If hub connection is not null, then we'll dispose it. Okay, so we are disposing. We are now, it should connect to the chat hub. We can check it by adding a breakpoint. We already have breakpoint in our blazing chat hub. Let's run it. So the request should come to uh, this constructor, and disconnected both of these. And it came. So our client is successfully connected to our SignalR server. So connection is done. Now we need to add other methods. Fine. So first thing, we can have our connected online users in database also, but maybe for now let's have a static collection here for connected users. So let's say private static I read only collection of string users. Maybe let's call these connected users, and we'll have a list of string private static read only, I read only collection, and this is a property, so we cannot use read only. Now it's a variable, now we can use this. Okay, so now we have this connected users. Now whenever the connection, okay, maybe after making a connection we will check, or maybe let's have a method. So whenever user is connected to the signal or then the client should make the first kind of handshake request to our SignalR server. Okay, so in this case we will say uh, connect user, something like this, and it will have username. Okay, then we will check if this connected users already have that username. Hmm, if user con hmm, if this list does not have that user, then it will add that to the list, and because we have I read only we cannot use it, so use I collection we can add username. Fine. Okay, and this contains, let's use case insensitivity, so ordinal ignore case, so if the casing is different then also it will consider it. So connect user. What is the issue? That list does not have, okay, sales health chat. Fine, so connect user, this should be the first call from our UI when user is coming to this thing. So on hub connection, after starting, we will send a request to our hub connection. We will use send async. So in order to send a request from client, we can use send async method, and in order to receive a request we can use on method, which I'll show you in a bit. So send async, first thing it needs method name, so method name is this connect user, and then second would be the parameter, that is username in this case, and username is display name in our case, so we can use authentication state dot name. Now this connect user, we are hard coding it, so instead of hard coding, let's use one more interface, I Blazing Chat Hub server, for instance, right? And let's implement this here, and we'll use this thing here. We need to access this in chat page, so let's move this, move both of these, we can move both of these to shared, right? So let's add a class here, name it whatever, copy these, cut these from here, paste, and move these to their separate interfaces. Is it rename file? Okay, now we have this. So here we need to add namespace. And for this connect user now on chat page, instead of this connect user, we can use name of I. Okay, we need to add this namespace. Let's add it to the imports and we can use it here. I Blazing Chat App server dot connect user. Okay, now we said that this user is connected. Okay, fine. Now this user is connected. Now uh, we need something from server which will say, or which will okay, when this user connected to the application, to the SignalR, then we should uh, notify all other users that a new user came in, right? So for that, let's spin it. For that, this user got connected, so we will send a message to all the clients instead of this one. So we have clients.others. So first thing, we have clients.all. It will broadcast message to all the users who are connected to this SignalR server right now. Then we have others. This means this call will broadcast the message to all the users instead of this current user, and that is what we want, right? Because this user, for me, when I am connected to the application, all other users should get notified that someone has, in this case I have connected to the system. I already know that I have connected, so for me this information does not make sense. So we will use others. Then we can use this receive message. In this case, uh, we will change this message and we will say task, and let's say on user connected, or let's say user connected. User connected, we will have user name. So instead of this, we will have user connected, and all these calls are awaitable, so we will await it. Now this call, it is actually sending a message to SignalR client. Now on client side, we need to uh, react to this event, right? So on chat page, all the reactions, all the event handlers should come from start, before start async. So we have our connection ready. Then we have on method, and for this on method, it is a generic, we can say what type of parameter it is going to get. In this case, it will get one parameter, username, that will be of type string. So string. Then next thing, we need to add the method name. In this case, the method name of SignalR client. So we can get it from client dot user connected. Next thing, parameter name, it will be an handler, an action delegate basically. So we are getting username. Now connected, this user got connected, so we are going to add that user to this users collection. So we can access this users collection here, dot because this is enumerable we cannot use. So let's add I collection, and for now let's use new has set of a string. Now this users, we are going to add this new username to the list. Now when we are adding this, it should reflect on the UI, but the problem here is this part, this is not going to execute on our current thread, right? So it is kind of outside of the current page because it will be called explicitly on a different thread by SignalR. So whenever there is anything which I mean whenever there is any state change outside of the page's context, then we need to explicitly tell Blazor that something has changed. So for that, Blazor gives us state has changed method. So it will trigger re-rendering. So we have added this and we said that something has changed. Now it will try to check what has changed and it will get this users has changed. So it will re-render it. When we have said this, so we are going to have other handlers also. So let's create a separate method for uh, creating and configuring the hub connection, right? Configure hub connection. Let's do this and let's cut this code from here, have it here, and let's return hub connection from here. Let's have it local. We will return this hub connection from here, return hub connection, and then we will say hub connection equals this hub connection, configure hub connection. Okay. Let's try now. So we have this chat message. We don't have anything. Something. Okay. Need to remove this breakpoint. Remove it. Fine. Let's add breakpoint to other method. So this connect user. Then let's have a breakpoint to this. Okay. Now we have chat message. We need another instance so that we can show that some other user also joined this. In this case, let's say this. I'm opening it in Chrome. Let me zoom it. And oh, what happened? Let's run it again. Chat connect user. We have this username which is postman. Connected users will have count 0. Continue. Fine. And from here we have this. Let's try to log in with some other user. Login. And when this user connected, it redirected to this chat page. It has its name and then there is this connect user. Abhay Prince is the username in this case. Now this connected user already has one record added. then it is going to broadcast this message. Now we are going to continue. Now this on got called, username is Abhay Prince. This current users list is 0 because we have not fetched the previous list. User is added, state has changed. Now continue, and we are not seeing, yeah, we will not see it here, we will see it in the other window, right? Abhay Prince. So this user connected. Now if we'll try to add some other user, then it will show into this. But now what we need, why is it breaking? Okay, we'll debug it. But for now, this communication is working. Next thing we need, when some new user is connected to the system, then all previous connected users, it should be able to see all those connected users. So we need, where is this, Blazing Chat Hub. So we need one kind of, whenever user is connecting, we are sending broadcasting this message to all other users, but at the same time we should notify the current user about the already connected users list, right? So now we need one other method, user connected. In this case we need a list of users who are already connected. So for this we can have one simple HTTP call, simple API endpoint, or we can leverage the SignalR only. So in this case let's use SignalR only. So after user connected, we have returned this username to all other, and we will say connected users list, and we will return a list of a string, and that is usernames connected users list. Fine. And when user connected, we will say this, and at the same time we will say that clients dot caller, and caller means the current user. So we will say connected users list, and we will return this list, this connected users list to this. So connected users. So for all other clients, we will say, we will tell this new user is connected, and for the user who just joined, we will send him the list of connected users. Okay, we should do it before, right? Because it should not have the current user. So let's do it first. Now this connected users list, we need to add it here. So we'll add another method here, connected users list, and in this case this is a list of users, enumerable of string, and it is usernames, and in this case we will say users dot add range. We don't have add range because this is a collection. So what if we simply modify this? Cannot, because this is enumerable, so we can change it to collection. So users equals usernames, and the state has changed. Now let's see. how it's behaving. Let's see the output. For this we have, this is user number 1, connected users 0, connected users list has 0, so no user. Now let's go to this new one, let's refresh this. Connect user, we are connecting Abhay Prince. Connected user already has some values. For caller we return this, and now it shows postman user, the other user which is already connected to the system, and this session shows Abhay Prince, this is the other user which is connected to the system. So now we are having this list, right? Fine. Now let's connect other dots. So next thing is, when we click on this user, it should show the messages between the current user, that is postman user, and the currently selected user Abhay Prince. Here it should show the list of messages. So in that case we are storing messages in database. That means only the username is not enough, we need other information of this user. At least we need user ID, right? Okay, so let's modify this, and we can have one DTO, auth response DTO, login DTO, register DTO, right? So for users we can have other DTO, public struct record, let's say user DTO, and it will have what is the type of user ID in our entity? It is integer ID and string name. Int ID, string name. Public record struct user ID and name. Move type to DTO. We have this user DTO. Now we should use this user DTO. So let's go to program.cs, not program.cs, chat hub. So instead of this I collection, it too will have list of this, and to check it, what we can try, let's change this. So let's have it as private static I dictionary with string and user DTO, int and user DTO. The key will be user ID, and the value will be user DTO, that is user ID and name. Or we can have name only, but okay, maybe we will add some other information to user DTO, maybe. Let's see. So let's use the same name, connected users equals new dictionary with string and user DTO. It will have the same comparer, but for key is integer, so there is no point of comparing. We'll remove this. Now we have connected users. It will be read only. So this connected users we will return list of user detail. So let's change its name usernames and enumerable of user detail. And now we will return connected users dot values. And now contains will check, or we can say connected users dot contains key. And now we'll use the this ID. So instead of this username, when user is connecting to the system, we will get user detail. So we will check user.id. If this user ID to the student contains key. If this has this key, if it does not have this key, then we'll add this user. So we'll add this user user.id and then user. And for user connected, we will return this user. We will broadcast this current user with user ID and name, right? So we need to modify our interfaces to use this user DTO. Let's go. So instead of this, we will have user DTO, and for client we already have this, and for this one we will have user DTO. Or simply user. Okay, what is the issue for this? Dictionary to user DTO to dictionary. Okay, string int. It should be int. We added pieces for this side. Now go to this one, and now user connected, we are going to get user DTO. So this should be user DTO, and that means this collection should be user DTO, and the same thing will go to users list. This will be user DTO, user DTO. That means it should be user dot name. User DTO, this users, it will also be user DTO, so usernames, and we should be good now. Fine. Now we have users list, and now we need, whenever we are clicking on any user, so we will have a flag here or a variable here for the current selected user. So private user DTO current, or let's say selected user, and by default it should be null. Next, from this side we will say whenever we click on this, so we will add click handler, and we will say handle user click, and we will add a method here. Now, private async task handle user click, and when user is clicking on this, we need current user ID, or let's say complete user detail. That means we need to pass this user ID. So it will have user DTO user, and we need to pass this user from here, that is this user. Now if we do not need any parameter, then we can use directly without parenthesis, without call, without passing. And whenever we need to pass some parameter from this on click, in that case we need to use this approach. So we'll use this thing and then we'll call this. Now we'll have the current selected user whenever we are clicking on this. Now we need to notify the parent for this chat list component. The parent is this chat page, so we need to tell the parent that this user is currently selected. So in order to pass data, so from parent to child, we saw that using the parameter we can pass data from parent to child, but now we need to pass data from child to parent. So from child to parent, what we can do, we can have one event callback type of parameter, then we can say on user selected, and this will also be a parameter. So this is for void events, but in this case we need to pass current selected users information, that is this user DTO. We need to pass this user DTO to parent. So in that case we have generic type of this event callback. So we need to tell the type. So the type is user DTO in this case. So now we need to call this. So we will say invoke async, and it will invoke this method, and this we need to add this here as a property. Now on user selected, so we can say on user selected, and this on user selected we need to create a method here, private async task on user selected. It will receive user DTO, and from here we can directly say the selected user equals uh, this user. We don't need async task, we can remove it, but let's keep it for now. Selected user, on user selected we have the default event. Okay, now we will have the selected user. So in order to test it for chat messages, let's pass a parameter to chat messages. So we will use user DTO here, and let's call it selected user. It will be a parameter, it can be nullable, and we will check if the selected user is null. Then we will say please select a user from the connected users list. Connected users list to start a conversation. Fine, if that's not the case, it has selected user. So for now we can simply show the user's name, selected user dot oh, value dot name. Okay, and we need to pass this parameter from parent, that means this chat page. So selected user equals underscore selected user. So now we have joined the missing pieces. Let's try if this complete flow is working. Okay, so it's here. Please select a user from left. Postman user. Let's restart it. Please select a user, but we do not have users. We should have users, right? When disconnected, what are we missing? Checked when initialized. Okay. Send async, we pass this name, but it should actually be user DTO. But we do not have this user DTO because we have not set the user DTO to our local storage. That means our controller should return user DTO instead of user name. So generate token, go to generate token, auth response DTO. Instead of this name, it should have, instead of, this should be user DTO and this should be user. Auth response DTO, user, and now it will be new user DTO. ID is user.id and name is user.name, and this method is common between these two. Yes, so now auth response has this user DTO. So when the user logged in this case we had this auth result which will have user DTO. Fine, so that means in chat when we are getting this, when we are using this connect user method, in this case this should be okay. In that case our authentication state should also modify. So name, token, and we need another one for ID. And when we say load, then we will say user.id, and it will be ID and it will be name. So for unload we will use this. So auth response DTO, we can say instead of this let's add, instead of name and ID, let's add user DTO. So we will use prop user DTO and we will say user. And for this we will say user equals this one, and for this we will say user DTO, not user DTO, user equals default, and let's add the default of user DTO to this one also. We can use this. Fine, so user DTO we are getting. Let's go back to login. From login we are using auth result, so that is fine. From registered also, okay, register we did not change the register thing. Okay, let's modify this as per this auth result and these lines right after content like this. JS runtime, we need to inject JS runtime like this, and we should be. And for fetching, we are fetching it in main layout. So in main layout auth response DTO, we have this. We have this key auth state. Okay, everything looks fine here. So next thing is on chat page. Now we have user here. Okay, let's add the logout functionality. So when we say logout, we should remove the value from authentication state as well as from the local storage. So go to local storage, www.root app.js, and we will say remove from storage. Remove from storage, and we'll have key. We will use remove item. Let's have storage here. Cons storage equals window dot local storage, and let's use this storage throughout. Storage. And now the benefit of this is if we want to switch to session storage instead of local storage, so we can simply do this using this one change. Okay, so the base type for local storage and session storage is storage, so that is the type of this, so it will work for both of these. Okay, and this is single line, so we can remove this as well. All these are single lines, so we can do this for all of these. Okay, now for remove storage, on clicking of logout, which is on chat page, authentication.user.name, where is logout? Is logout, so we will say on click, and we can call it in the logout. And the logout, we will create this method here, private sync task handle logout. So first thing, we'll remove it from the storage. Do we have JS runtime? No, we don't have here, so we will inject JS runtime. So that's JS runtime, and first thing we will say await JS runtime dot invoke void async. Name of the method is window dot remove from storage. Window dot remove from storage, and the key will be authentication state dot auth store key. So it got removed from here. Then we will remove it from authentication state, unload state. After unload state, we will navigate the user back to navigate my navigation manager dot navigate to this, or we are using this at 3 places, right? And if I go to authentication state, I was using I notify property change, right? And I have not used it, so let's use it. Is authenticated true, is authenticated false. So instead of doing navigations at all the places, we can do it from our main layout, right? What we can do, uh, we can add an event handler for this. In on initialized async, after doing all this, we will say authentication state dot property changed plus equals to, let's add a method here, private void authentication state changer, authentication state changed, right? And it will have property changed is of type property changed event handler, property change event handler, which have object sender and this. So let's use this. Now we have this and we will add this to this thing. Now we will check if e dot property name, if it is equals to name of authentication state dot is authenticated. Although we have implemented this for this only, so this check will help us if we have added if we are triggering this on property change for other properties as well, then this check will help. In this particular case, we can remove this check if we want, but the inside code will be same. So if property name is this, then we will simply check what is the value for this. So if value for this is authenticated, then we will navigate user to chat page, and if that's not the case, we will navigate user to navigation manager dot navigate user to slash, that means login page in our case. Now we are adding this, so we need to deregister, we need to remove this event handler. So for that we need to implement disposable pattern. So I disposable, and we use public void dispose, and we need to do the opposite of this. We can try. If it will never be null because we have defined this, it will never be null, so null check is not required. Okay, now we are good. So now we can comment out all the navigation calls. So for example, this thing, this might be required or no, it won't be. If I add chat, then also that will get called, and in that case we are not using that. No, this might be required. For now I'm not sure, we need to debug it. But for index, when we use this, we don't need this, because in this case this call authentication state dot load state, this should be the last call, because after this when we say load state, we set user, we set token, we set is authenticated true, and when we are setting is authenticated, then this piece of code is going to be executed. We are setting this private variable, then we are invoking this property changed event handler, and when we invoke this, eventually this piece of code is going to be invoked. It will check if user is authenticated, it will navigate the user directly to chat page. So same thing, for index page we are good. For register page also we can remove this line and we can move this line to the last. And then for chat page, when user clicked on log out, in that case we can skip this line, and this unload state, when we say unload state, it will reset these values and it will set is authenticated to false, which will eventually do the same thing, and it will go to main layout, else case, and it will redirect user back to slash page. Let's check it. So it's here. If we click on logout, what happened? Nothing's happened. Logout. Welcome. What happened? Oh, breakpoint. For remove all breakpoints, and then we are here. Click on logout, and we are back to slash. And if we check our application now, we will not have our auth state key. Let's do the same for this. Log out, and we are logged out. Let's log in this user. After logging in, it should redirect to chat page, and yes, it did this. Now here let's log in using this postman user, and we have this Abhay Prince here, which is the other user, and this user from here. So both of these, and I clicked on this, and when I clicked on this, it should show the current user, right? Something is missing. Let's see what is missing. So from users list page, add a breakpoint here on user selected, invoke async, and on chat page we have this on user selected user. Did we pass the selected user? Yes, we passed this. Let's try clicking on it again. It came here. User DTU has our values. Name in single quote. Okay. Then it executed this. We got it here. What's the issue then? Chat message selected user. If selected user is null, then this happens. If that's not the case, then it will show the selected user's name. Yes, should do this. Continue. Continue. It came here. Continue. What's the issue? Why is it not showing the name H2 and then blank? Because we had this user DTO, because in invoke async we need to pass this user, like we're missing. So in this case it will have this one argument, so we need to pass this user back to the parent. Let's run it again. So it's here, this one and this one. Let's restart it. Okay, we have these postman user, Abhay Prince, and okay, because of this breakpoint, continue. Because of this breakpoint, there are so many breakpoints. Yeah. Now this shows the other selected user, this shows this selected user. Fine. Now we need one more user. So let's try adding one more user. It should redirect back to home page, register. Let's call it random user, random and password same. It should redirect to chat page, and yes, it will redirect to chat page. This is random user and it has list of other connected users. So postman user and Abhay Prince are already connected, so it is showing these. And as soon as this new user, random user, connected to the system, the other two instances, those are displaying this random user also, right? So if we click on this from user, then okay, now we have three users and all these three are, we can use these. Okay, fine. This thing is, let's add maybe some light background to these columns, and this is called 3. Something is not right. I need to debug it. It automatically crashes. Okay, let's try this. We have this call 3, and let's add can we use BG, some secondary or some light color? It is not right. We have these light colors. Second one is this, third, fourth. Secondary should be, these are not those contextual colors. So contextual classes for list, color, drop down. Okay, these classes are for all others. So try BG hyphen primary tools examples color scheme. Notice toast helpers, colored links, utilities, colors, background. So BG light is fine. BG light, and now we need to I want to have some different color scheme this left side, or maybe this users list and this one. Okay, let's continue. Now next thing is we need to currently these WebSocket calls, these are unprotected. So these are not authenticated. So anyone can connect to these, but this is not what we want, right? We need only the connected users, our system users, authenticated users can access this chat hub, right? So for that we need to enable authentication for this using authorize keyword. Now if we try this, it is going to break because we have set authorized, but we have not enabled authentication, right? So we need to use authentication and authorization. And for authentication, we are already using JWT bearer with all these things. Now if we run it, it is going to complain. So it redirected to chat page and it is complaining. Let's see what is the error. So the error is 401. That means unauthorized request. So unauthorized because we added authorized and the user is not authorized. And if we check network tab and if we continue, so we will check, go to network, go to WS, that is WebSocket call, and if you check Blazing Chat.server, no, this is not. Oh, it broke. Okay, something I need to debug this, but okay, let's continue for now. So it is complaining about authentication. So we need to pass the current token to SignalR calls, and for that SignalR gives us this with URL. If we'll see overloads of this method, we will see it uses this configure HTTP connection, and if we use this, the second thing, the second parameter, so we can say options, then this options has access token provider. So this is a factory, this is a delegate, func delegate, which returns the token, gets or sets an access token provider that will be called to return a token for each HTTP request. So for all the communication, for all the calls, this SignalR is going to make to the SignalR server. From here it will attach the response of this factory to all those calls. So we need to give this. So this is a func of task of a string, so we can return task dot from result and our token we can get it from authentication state. Where is our authentication state? Authentication state dot okay, for now just its name is token, right? Let's say something is not right for now. Token, this is the token, yes. So now we have set this access token provider, so it is going to attach this token to all the calls. Now it will again going to break because there is a problem with passing JWT with the WebSockets. Let's see. So one error, it said failed HTTP authentication failed, no valid credentials. If we check, if we try, it will try to make the WebSocket call. We cannot see it here because it was not able to successfully make that call. So it said WebSocket connection to. If you look at this URL, let me zoom it. Hope you can see it. WSS WebSocket protocol localhost, this is the URL, hubs blazing chat, this is a hub URL, ID, this is a unique context ID. Then next query string is access underscore token and then this JWT. If you check it, it is passing this access token as query string. Ideally, in all the HTTP calls, we pass the JWT as authorization header, right? The bearer token with authorization header. But because the current browsers and current WebSocket connection, it does not accept headers in WebSocket calls. That's why it passes this access token as the query string. So we need to tell our system that the token is coming in query string. Then use that query string token to uh, parse and validate. So in order to do that, we need to go to uh, our server. Here we have options token validation parameters. Here we need to have uh, one handler, and what is the name of that? Events. We need to set events, and this event is JWT bearer events. So let's say new JWT bearer events, and the event we are looking for, that is on message received. So this is kind of pre-event. First we can modify the request using this on message received, then it will pass it to validation of token. So it happens before token validation. So this on message received, if we check this, received, it is a func of message received context and it returns task. So context and it returns task. So return task dot completed task. Now this thing, this, because this is, we are registering this directly to authentication JWT bearer. So this code, this is going to be executed for all the calls which are being made to our system. But this access token, this thing, so we have two controllers also, right? And maybe we will add another controller and action methods. For those it will work the same way, adding those token to authorization header. So it should work like this for all other. But for WebSocket call, for our chat hub call, it should use this. So first we'll check if this request, so we'll say context dot, we have request dot path dot starts with segment, and we can check if this request was coming for our hubs. Blazor, what was that? Yeah, if this request is for our chat hub, then only we'll add our additional logic here. So the additional logic is, we'll try to fetch the token from the query string. So we have context dot request dot query string dot value, or how can we get it, dot query. This is query collection, and we can have, yeah, it is induction. So we can use the access token, right? This was access token only. This was access token, what I remember. So access token, we'll get this JWT here. Now we'll check if we found it or not. If we found this JWT, then this context this message received context. It has a property for token. So this token, bearer token. So if you see the documentation, it says bearer token. This will give the application an opportunity to retrieve a token from an alternative location. In this case, our alternative location was query string with this key access token. So we got this. We are going to set this token as JWT. And now we should be good. Now we got, so for all other requests it will simply skip this if, it will return this task.complete task, and it will try to do other operations as it was doing before. And for our hub calls, it will come here, it will move inside this if, it will try to access the token. If it did not get token, it will simply pass and it will return that unauthenticated or unauthorized error. And if it found the token, then it will set it to context.token and it will try to validate it and it will authorize our hub. So this will work in this case. Let's, enough talking, let's see it in action. And it's coming here. Let's open this, restart, refresh, and we got this. We got the user. That means the call was successful, right? And now we can check our call. Where is WS here? WS. This is Blazing Chat, and we have this. We can see the messages here. So if we can see it connected, then outgoing message was connect user with this argument id1 postman user. Then we got this message from WebSocket connected user list, so it is working. So authentication, authorization for SignalR, it is working. So let's continue. So we are building this chat application using Blazor WebAssembly and SignalR. So this, okay, this, if you have followed me in my previous video, you would know that why this error is coming. So this error is coming because we are getting token from local storage, and for now we do not have any expiration token, refresh token functionality basically. So the token was already in the local storage, browser's local storage, and when we run the application it simply checks. So in the code, if we go to the shared main layout page, when this layout is being loaded on initialized async, it simply checks if we have the token in the local storage. If we have that token, then we simply set our authentication state and navigate to the chat page. Now we have token, but that token must be expired. So if we check, it says the server responded with a status of 401 because the token is expired. Okay, so for now what we are going to do, let's remove the token from local storage. So you see this auth key, this is the token, I removed it, and if I refresh the page now, it will navigate us back to the main page, the index page, which is working as login page for us. So it's here. Okay, is it zoomed in? Yes. So maybe before continuing, I don't like this UI, but I was not paying much attention on the UI till now. So maybe let's try to change the UI, or maybe let's do some cosmetic changes. So first thing, let's open Bootstrap. Okay, and we are using version 1.1, I think. So this purplish color, I like this color, so maybe we can try this color as the main color for our application. So this color, if we check, this is the color. In our application, we will need this color throughout the application, so let's add this color to this app.css. So we'll add, let's say, we can try CSS variables. Okay, so let's try CSS variables. So we can define variables on root with double hyphen, and let's say main color, and I'm going to use this color as main color. And in order to use this variable, we can try let's go to our index page, this one, and here we had that card, and this is card header. So let's create a new class and let's call it bg main. Bg main. So this will have background color and variable main color. So this is the way we can use variables in CSS, so that if we tomorrow if we decide to change the color or maybe that particular setting, so we don't have to change it at thousands of places. We can simply modify its value at this one level, and all CSS properties which are referring to this main color, all will have the latest color. Okay, so now we will use this bg main class on our index page, card header bg main. Let's try it, and yes, we got this. And I don't like this rounded corner, so for this let's add maybe br0. So this br is for border radius. So I will use border radius 0. And on this page, let's see this border radius. This is on card level, I think. Card. Card level. Yes, card. So on card, where is card? Card is here. Yeah. We will add our BR0. Save. And yeah, it got removed. But there is something else. Card header. Let's move it a bit from top. So if we add margin of 100 px, so it has this rounded corner, right? So is it for card header? Yeah, card header, first child, border radius. They're using this border radius, so we'll use BR0 on this also. because okay, this is after that, so BR0 we need to use is act like this important, so it will we are saying forcefully modify the border radius. Okay, fine, and for this color we are going to use white color. So I think for white color we already have text white class. Yeah, text white, go to index page, and on heading we can have text white. Text white, fine, and this this margin top also we need to have. And one thing I was noticing, when these buttons, these should be reverse, right? The login button should be on the right side and register button should be on the left side. And we can reduce the width as well for this one. So instead of call 8, let's use maybe 4 only. So it will be 4. For offset we are going to use 4. Yeah, fine. And now switch the buttons. So first we'll have where are buttons? Footer. So for footer, first button will be this register, and second button will be this login. So it should be float end and it should be float start. And this button, this should also use the same class of float end. Fine. And we don't need this MB3. We have added this to have some margin bottom, but in card footer design there is already this padding, so we already have that space. So we can remove this class. Fine, save, and this is how it is looking. Okay, for these buttons also, this is this border radius. I need to remove this border radius. So one option is to have add that BR0 at all the places, or I can override this BTN class and have this border radius 0. So yeah, we have this now. And let's shift this username password to the left. Username and password, form label. Why is it? Because we have this text center class on card. Yeah. And okay, we need to remove this margin bottom as well. So on S2 there is a default margin bottom, margin bottom 0.5 rem. So we need to remove this. So this is H2 and we can have MB margin bottom 0. And now we are good. We can try having some background color, light background color. So maybe do we have this background color variable? Okay, maybe let's add one body color, elements, body, body, and we are going to add a color here. So let's add background color. Some light color, maybe like this. Okay, so this is body's background color. So let's add it in main app.css only. Do we have something for body? Yes, but it is for HTML and body for both. So let's add it here for body. We want to have this background color, and this header still has some radius. From where this radius is coming? Card header, your card header first child still have this. Oh, because we didn't add BR0 on card header BR0. Okay, save, and okay, fine, it got removed now. Now we have this. Next thing, let's add some shadow on this card. So on this card we can have box shadow 00 10px and color, maybe the main color. And we will use this color. Let's try now. It looks some purple color fire. Is it looking okay? No. Maybe this. We can have this. So you can play around directly in the this console. So you can modify this look and feel. You can have whatever you like. So for me, this is what I want for now. Maybe in future I will change it. I don't know. For now, let's have it block shadow. So we will have this on card. So we are overriding this. Save, and let's try to have some lighter color. Maybe this. So for, yeah, we need to do same thing for this register page as well. Okay, so we'll follow this, and then the border top, oh sorry, margin top. Okay, we can go to index page, and on this card let's add margin top 5. Fine. Now let's do the same thing for register. Okay, we have this register page, and for register index, let me change all the CSS for register page as well. I'll be back. Alright, so I have replaced. I have changed all the CSS classes for register page as well. So let's see how it looks right now. Okay, it's coming. Register. So yep, login, register. We have both of these. Let's log in. And we are on this page, which is our chat page. So let's uh, try a design for this one as well, this chat page. So let's go to chat page. It's here. Card header. Yeah, okay, let me try replacing all these classes with the same classes I have on login and register page. I'll be right back. Okay, so I've done these changes. Fine. Let's remove this. Well, or maybe let's design this as well in some nice for this one. Do I have something? Yes, I have a label. So first thing, let's add a border. What is this? I'll add a darker version of this color so that we can see it. Okay, and then let's add some padding. So 2 and let's say 5 from left and right. Okay. Okay, let's move these styles to chat page, this label. I added CSS for chat page, right? Yes. So let's add maybe 4 uh, or let's say top bar name, and I'll add this class to this label. Fine. Let's see how it is looking now. Okay, fine. So it looks nice. Let's continue. So far we have done this. We have login page, we have register page, and when we log in, it redirects us to the main chat page. So here now first thing we are going to modify a little bit what we have started. So now we are going to have two separate sections, one on the left side, one on the right side. So on the right side we are going to have a list of all the users our system has, and on the left side we will have the list of the users, or we could say the chats with the users that other user or I have sent or received message to or from, right? So we are going to have three part on this screen, and then we'll try to implement the chat functionality. So let's get started. First thing, I'm on the chat.razor page. So on this page we have this 3 and 9, but we are going to change it. First thing, let's change it to container fluid so that it takes the full screen. And what happened? Container fluid, and we have saved it. We are here. Let's check. And this is container, still container. Okay, maybe we need to restart, but before that, let's get our things working. So first thing, in this row 3 for users list, next we'll have another 3 columns for uh, these are chat messages, or we can say the message detail. We need to change this. Okay, so user list, we are going to have all the users in the system, right? Whatever all users are registered with our app. So users list, all users. In this, for now let's have h3. We would call these users. Okay, and then same thing, we will copy paste it, users list. Let's stop it and rename this users list, copy to, let's say, chats. And this chat message, let rename it chat, let's call it detail. Chat details. So users list, the right section, chats, or let's call it chats list. The name is up to you. Chats list and then chat detail. Fine. So users list is users. Chats list, we will have the same h3 on this chat list. We will call these chats, and instead of user detail, okay, we'll modify this in a bit. Then chat details, we have this message already. Please select a user from the connected users list to start a conversation. Okay, fine. And now we'll go to chat page, users list, fine. And instead of chat message, now this is chat details. And the third one is users list. The first one is chats list. So save all and run it. It's here, chats, users, and why it came this side? Because 3 and it will be 6. Save chats, and these could be smaller, so let's have these 2 and 8. So call sm2, call sm8, call sm2, and when we are on the smaller screen, then we will have call 3, and call 6. Fine. Save. So chats, users, and this is the actual message window, the main detail window. Fine. So now this users list, we are going to display all the users here, all the users who are connected to our system. It does not matter if those users are online or not. So for these users, let's create a new controller, and let's create a new controller here, public class users controller, controller base, and this will be protected controller because from login or register we are generating the token. So in order to connect to users controller, the user must be signed in our system. So it must be authorized. API controller and then route, and it will be API slash controller. Same. In this, let's inject our chat context, and in here let's have a endpoint for our user DTO, enumerable of user DTO, and we can name it whatever we want. We are not using it in our route, so it will be http get. So we will return await chat context users as no tracking because we don't want to do some modification on these users, and then we will use as no tracking select new user DTO, and this user DTO we can have ID and name which we will get from this user, and for name we will use display name, right? Oh, name is the display name. To list async, to list async, it will come from Microsoft. Okay, await. No, I will missing this. Fine, because this is single line, we can use the expression body. So now we have this users controller which returns list of all the users. Let's move it to its own file, and we have this users controller now. Okay, so when user comes to this page, we need to skip this current user, right? If I am making this call, there is no point of having me in this list. So we have two ways: either we can filter out this on this query level, or we can simply filter out in when we will receive complete data, then we will filter out uh, the current user on the UI. So let's use it here only. So where u.id is not equals to the current user's id, because this controller is authorized, that means there should be, the user should already be there, and we can get the user by direct user dot, we have claims dot, we can get the user id from these claims, right? And these claims we are setting these in register and login, generate jwt user. So name identifier is the user id. So let's go back. For all these authorized controllers, we could have one base controller. Let's call it public abstract class base controller. We will add authorize on this, and we will have a property here for user id. User id is int, right? Mhm. User id is int, yes. So we will have this underscore user ID, main user ID, and setting is not needed. Forget, forget, we will check. Let's make it complete. Forget, first we will check if this user ID is greater than 0. If so, we will return it. If not, or let's say if it's equals 0, then we will get the user from claims. So we can have underscore user ID equals, we have user, we will have access to this from controller base. So user dot claims dot first, and we can pass a func. So we will say c dot type is equals claim types dot name identifier dot value. So this will give us the string version. We need to have it in integer format, so we can simply do this. We can convert it to integer. Now we set it. So for the first time it will come here, it will check, this will be 0, class level property, class level variable, it will be 0, it will come here, it will set user ID and then return it. So if within the same request, if we access this user ID again, we will have it. For that we will skip this and we will directly return this user ID. So this base controller, now we don't need this authorized controller on this level because we have it in this base controller. So let's move it to its separate class and fine. Okay. So we have user ID. It is coming from base controller. User ID, it is coming from base controller, so we will always have this user ID if user comes this far. And so this users list, it will be all the users skipping the current user. Now on chat page, when this page is initializing and we have all this, at this time we need to have list of all the users. So we can have list of all the users here, or we can manage it in its own component. Do we need something which is required on this level? Okay, if needed we can change the logic, but for now let's have it in the user level. So override on initialized async, and it will be async. For HTTP calls, if we go to index, did we have something? No, we are using HTTP client directly, right? So this HTTP client, okay. So on this page also we will inject HTTP client, and we have this list of users default. So now it is not a parameter because we are having it on this page only. So we could have a loader here, so that will indicate current loading state. So loading, default value false. Here we will have try finally, and first thing we will set loading to true, and then in finally we will have loading to false. And for now let's skip this exception, we will handle it later. Next thing is we need users list from HTTP client dot, so post as JSON async we can have JSON converter. Okay, fine. So HTTP client dot get from JSON async, we could have this. So get from JSON async, we need to give the type, and type here will be enumerable of user DTO. And in this user DTO, first thing is the URL, which is API users in this case, and then second parameter cancellation token JSON serializer options. We need this. If you remember, we had created our custom JSON converter with our setting. So for this we need our JSON serializer options, right? This one, because we are using this. So we have this. Now this users list, it will be enumerable of users DTO, it could be nullable in this case. So we will check if this users list is not null. This users list is not null, then we will set our main users list to this users list. Okay. Now we will have users whenever this screen is loading. On user selected, users list. Fine, it should work now. Let's try it. It should list down all the users. Skipping the current user. And there is some error. Let's see what is it. The error is Blazor client users list has a property matching the name users. Okay. Because we removed this users property and we are still using this here, so we can remove this. And then second thing, users. Okay, let's try to restart it. And now we don't need this public, it could be private. Continue. It's loading. Still error. Let's see what is it now. Console. Server responded with 401. Yes. Because we did not pass the token with this request, right? That's why it returned the 401. So in order to do that, let's create a helper method for this HTTP client, or maybe let's create an extension method to attach the okay, we will the correct approach would be creating a tunnel for all HTTP calls. We can have a centralized service. So all the HTTP calls will flow through that HTTP client service, and in that HTTP client service we will inject the token with all the requests, right? But for now let's add it here only. So for HTTP client dot default request headers dot uh, this HTTP client is it is using this, so let's say client dot default request headers dot authorization. Do we have directly default request dot authorization? So it is get set authorization header values. So let's try how can we do this. Let's go to authorization header value, and this authorization header value, it has a schema, parameter, source, toString, parse. Does it have implicit conversion from string? Oh, so we need to add this scheme and parameter, new authentication header value. Let's add it to using authentication header value. And it needs two parameters. First is scheme, so that is bearer, and second is token, which we have in our authentication state dot so authentication state it on parent, so we could get it like this. So we have this authentication state now, authentication state dot token. This is our JWT. So we set this authorization header, then we will call this HTTP client, right? We could have this as an extension method, or we could have a centralized HTTP client service which will add this authorization header to all the HTTP clients if we have token. Okay, now let's try it. Okay, it is coming. And we got list of users, but it showed Abhay Prince 2 times. Did we add Abhay Prince 2 times? Maybe. Let's see. Yeah, we were using this loading, but we didn't add it. So for now, let's check if is loading is true. Then in li with this class, we will have a loading indicator, and that we can have from our login button. So it would be like this. Okay, loading this, and if that's not the case, then we'll use else. Okay, for users, in order to check, let's add their IDs in front of the user. Okay, save it, see it. Yeah, these are two different users. I might have set the same name. Refresh. It should show the loading indicator and it. What is the issue? API users 401. Why 401? And then we got the result. Continue. 401. So is it making two requests? Let's try. Yes, it's making two requests. First one is 401, then second one is actual request. And why so? Let's try to figure out. And the first request, when it tried that, did it pass the token? Headers, request URL, response, request headers, authorization is bearer with values nothing. Okay, so we should investigate it. Maybe we'll debug it later, but for now we can have a check here. If we have the token, then only do all this. Okay, so if we have token, then only we are going to run this code, initialize component and getting the list of users. Let's see it in action. Loading users, and yes, we have users list now. Fine, cool. Now we have users list. Next thing is, we still have clicked. What should be the next thing? Next thing should be if any new user is connecting to our system, that user should be added to this list on runtime, right? So for this, what we can have a parameter here which will say prop user dtu. It will be a new user. It will be a parameter. Default value will be default, or we could say we could have it nullable. Then if we got this new user, then we will add this. Now we have a challenge. We can have a reference to this component using ref, but that is not a good approach. That can work in our case. What we can have a ref here. We will call it users list component, and then we can have it here users list component, and then we can access this users list component. We can access all the properties, authentication state, new user, on user selected, authentication, everything. We can, whatever we have this on this component users list, we can access it from here. So one approach could be, we can have a method here, public method, public void, we could say add new user, and it will have this parameter, and then we can simply add this new user to our users collection on this page because it is enumerable, so we need to change it to maybe I collection. In this case it should be a new list or hash chat. We can add this new user like this, and from the parent users list component, when we have a new user, so on user DTO user connected users list, we could have this users list component. What was the name of this? User list component dot add new user, and then we can have this. We need to change it. It should be user, not username. So one approach is this, but I'm not a very big fan of this approach. So we are going to remove this, or maybe I can have it for your reference like this. What we can do in this case, we need to uplift this collection, this list of users in this case. Let's do this. Cut it from here, or will this be a good approach? When a new user is coming, it should be on this page only. Okay, let's do this. So if we uplift this, then this piece of code should also move to the parent. Okay, in that case we can have simultaneous calls, concurrent calls. Okay, it will have its own advantage. Okay, let's uplift it. Copy, go to chat page. Okay, I'm going to remove this. No, just remove it. Remove this. Let's have this as a property here. Users, list of users. No, we already have this one, this users. We already have it, and on initialized, let's get this HTTP client here. So instead of, we don't have HTTP client also. Okay, fine. We'll inject this HTTP client. In fact, let's inject it, and using system net headers as client, let's have a helper method here, private HTTP client get client. And I'm doing this because I need to do this thing, right? And then we will return this client. So here, when we are in this else part, configure connection, and we will say users list task, and it will be get client dot this same call, this call. So we are not awaiting it here, right? We will first start it, do this. We initiated this call, and now we'll get the response. So we can say users we will have await users list task. Now we will have these users here, and it is saying it could be null, so we could check where users list. If users list is not null, then we will say users equals to this users list. Fine. Get client, everything is fine. Now we will again use the, we don't need this now. For this loading, we could have this from the parent only. Now we don't need this, we don't need this. Instead of this, we could have this loading as a users loading property, and it will be a parameter. And next thing, it will again have a list of user detail for users. We don't need this, remove this, and we don't need this on initialized async. We can remove this as well. Let's have it as default, and this loading should be changed with this loading. Users, everything looks fine. We don't need this cascading parameter here now. Okay, now we'll pass this loading state and this users list from its parent, which is chat. So here we will have private boolean where parameter underscore loading users, which will be false by default. Loading user, we will set it here to true, and then we will set it to false here. We should have it in try catch block so that it should go to we could reset it if something went wrong, but for now let's keep it this only, keep it like this. Now this users list, it needs a loading state, which in our case is loading users. Then it needs a user list. Okay, this needs to be a parameter. It needs a users collection, so it should be this users list. Fine. We had to do this because we want to add any new user which is connecting to our system. We need to add that user to this users list. So in this case, what we are going to do first, let's see if it is working. Loading. Looks like it's trying to get the users list. Is it stuck? Let me refresh it. Network. We got this postman user. The request was only one, and we have these three. It is not working because on this chat page we are modifying the users when we are getting the connected user. Okay, for now let's comment this. For now let's save it. refresh this page. And we should be good now. Yes, we have these users. We have these users list 1 2 3, and for this chats also we are using the same users list. That's why it is showing this. So now let's change it with this users list. For this, let's say chats list user detail. For now, let's say we are not passing anything. Refresh. We have users list and we don't have anything for these chats. Fine. So now the next thing we need, whenever any new user is connecting to our system, it should be shown, it should be appended to this list. Let's do this. For that, first thing we need to have, so this user connected, we need to change this. We will change this, but first thing, let's say hub connection, or yeah, it should be user connected only. All right, the online is different if the user is online, so user state is going to be changed. For this we should have this only, user connected users dot add, and this user connected is getting triggered if we go to our hub. We are broadcasting it when user is connecting to our system. So for this, let's comment it for now, and user should be added to that list when new user is registering to our system, right? So user is registering to our system in account controller with this register method. So from here we need to notify the user, so that user connected event. So we can do this using, we need to inject I have context for this, and because we are using this one T hub, it can have T hub and T, where T hub is actually in our case chat hub, Blazing Chat Hub, Blazing Chat Hub, and the T is the type of our client. In that case, that is Blazing Chat Hub client, right? Yes. So it is hub context. Let's create a property out here, a private read-only variable, this hub context, and when user successfully registered to our system, here we are setting it, we are generating a token, and then we will broadcast this message to all clients dot user connected, and we need to pass a user DTO, and we can get user DTO from like this, right? Like this. Away. This thing, this will broadcast this message to all the connected users, that some user has connected to our system. Now for this user connected, we will come here, this is going to be triggered, we are getting this new user, so let's call it new user, and this new user we are adding it to this users list, and then state is going to be changed, and eventually this users list is going to be updated. That will update this list. Let's see it in action. Let me stop it, save all files and run it. Loading users. Why does it take time? There is something which is stuck sometime. Okay, we'll debug it later again. So now let's check what if we connect a new user to the system. In that case, if we come here, we will have this WS, which is WebSocket call. We have our Blazing chat messages, and let's see all the received message. Clear it, and we'll see when the new user. We have 3 users right now, and from another instant, let's go to register, refresh this page, and we are on register, and let's call it new user, password, register, close. We have this list, we have this user, and we received one message, that is user connected, arguments this user ID and this name. And if you see this list, there were 3 users. Now we can see this new user which just got connected to the system, and we are showing that user here. And this page, this where we registered that new user, at that page we are seeing all other users, not this current user, which is this new user. So this feature is working. So this is what we have done so far. Let me run it. It's coming. Users list. Users list is loading, and it is again loading. There is some bug. Loading users true. After that we have this users list. Everything is in place. We are resetting this loading users to false. Let's forcefully change the state. Save. Okay, or maybe let's restart it. Let's see if it works. It's coming. Loading users, and yes, it worked. So we have this list of users, and if some new user try to log in, or if any new user registers to our system, to this Blazing Chat application, then all the active sessions, those will automatically insert that new user to this users list. That is what we have done so far. Now let's show the online status. So if the user is online, we will modify this and we will show some. Let's check. We can have that badge, right? Let me find a good badge icon from Bootstrap. Let me find it. Okay, so we have these pill badges. So this success, and so we are going to use this one is this. So we will show that icon maybe before it or after, let's say after it, it will indicate that this user is online. So we are here in users list, and in users list, so this user detail, we need to modify this because this is instruct, sorry, this is a record, we cannot uh, modify it. User selected, users list, and this users list, it should have online status. Okay, we can because record in C sharp, these are immutable reference data type. This is struct, so this is immutable value type. We need to modify it. So for this one, let's change it to simple struct, or let's change it to class altogether, and it is going to have these two properties for sure, int id and string name, and then the third one which we will set is that is online. Let's add constructors, stop, so that the existing code does not break. Let's use the default value false for this, so we should be good now. We have changed it. Now whenever user is connecting to our system, at that time we need to indicate the user, and when we say connecting, at that time we are sending this, right, connect user, this this call connect user. So if you go to our hub, Blazing Chat Hub, connect user, here we have this user details of that user. We are adding that user to this connected users list, and now we will have one more method for this user connected. This is for new user connected, and next thing is we will have another which will say user is online. And then we are passing the complete user. We could pass user ID only, right? Int user ID. So user is online. We need to use this. We are here. We will call this await clients dot others, because the current user is automatically online, so we need to tell all other connected users that this user is online. So we can remove this. Fine, so user is online, and when user is online we need to have client for this, which we are having configure hub connection. So here we will have hub connection dot on, and this is going to get one int which is user ID, and the method name is going to be Blazing Chat Hub client dot user is online. This is the name of the method, and it expects a user ID of type integer, and we are good now. So now we have this user ID. We will check this user ID in our users collection, So our users collection is users dot, we could say first a default u dot id, where u dot id is this user id, and if we have this user, so we could say user is not null, then we will modify this user's online status is online to true, and when this is done, then we will say state has changed, because this piece of code, this is going to be called from some other place. This SignalR is going to call this for us. So whenever there is any explicit call which is modifying the component state, then we should call state has changed to explicitly tell Blazor that something has changed. So you need to consider those changes and re-render the component. So this is for user is online, then we said state has changed. Now for this user is online, we will come here and we will check and we will add that thing which we copied, and I think I missed that. Let me copy it again. Okay, fine. So I have this thing. So let's say this is a dot and this success, this color. We are going to have green color if user is online. So we will check here and we will say if user dot is online, then it should be success. If that's not the case, it should be danger. Danger means red color. So save and let's see. There is some error. What is it? User DTO value. This is chat detail page. Selected user. Again some error. What is this time? An expression tree may not contain a call or invocation that uses optional arguments. Fine. So we will say user is online. False. When we are getting a list of users, but we should have another call which will, so okay, let's continue this time. But there is one problem. So how this is going to work? First, when a new user is coming to chat page, this request, this HTTP call is going to list down all the users, and if after that some user logs in or registered itself, then only we will have the active that online status. So for existing users, there should be online status which will be missing. Okay, I'm here. Let me refresh this page, and when we refresh, there is some error on this page. But if you see on this page, we can see the new user is online. It has this green color. And what was the error for this? Let's see. Console WebAssembly object reference not set to an instance of an object. Maybe something missing. Log out. Let's try to log in with Abhay Prince user. Refresh this. Abhay Prince user, login. Now if you see, this is what I was talking about. So this user on this page, Chrome, we have this fresh session, so it is showing all the users as offline, but this postman user, this user is actually online, right? So we should have an online status here, and then for this new user is connected, so it is showing online, so this is fine. And when new user connects to the system, at that time we are triggering one call, right? So if we go to chat page, we will check this connect user, this call, right? So this call is getting sent from client to our hub for the first time. So this connect user. So first thing, let's change this name connect user, right? It should be something same, user is online, so set user online or something like this. And so let's change this connect user. So we will say task set user online. Set user online, and where is our hub? This should be set user online. Fine. So when this user is online, this is the first call from fresh. Uh, any user which comes to this chat page for the first time, at that time it has the list of users. After that we will send the list of the connected not connected online users. So let's change this name also, stop it for now, and change this to online users. Online users. So we were sending connected users list, which we don't need now, or we need now. So this connected users list, this should be online users list. Let's rename it. Online users list. So it's online users list. For this online users list, we will come here, we will check online users list. So these are not usernames, these are users, or we could say online users. So for these online users, now we are going to modify existing users collection with this online flag. So we will, let's look through all the users. Users dot for each. Users is a collection. Let's call for each where user in users, and we will check if the online users contains online users dot any u dot id equals user dot id. If this is the case, that means this user is online. So we will modify user dot is online to, and then state has changed. Let's move this call. user connected online users list. We are going to modify this. Now one change, so this line, this should be after this. We can call, should we call this state has changed after this? Let's call it again. So how this is going to work now? We have hub connection. We are setting loading users true. We are initiating a request to users. Then we are starting the hub. We have users list now. We modified the users collection. We set loading false. We called state has changed explicitly, which is changing the users, or we can remove this thing from here. Then we are sending, now we have users list in this users, the online, not online, all the connected users. Then from UI we are saying that set this current user as online. So some new user has joined this chat page. So this request goes to our hub. On hub, first thing it says, it sends all the online users, current online users list to this connected user. Now it comes here, it checks with this online users list, then we checks all the users which are currently on our UI. It sets the is online flag. After that, the Blazing Chat Hub, it adds this user to online users list, and then clients.others.user is online. Then for all other users, it again sends a request that this user is online. This user is online. But for other users, we should say this new user has joined. Oh, if okay, for the new user, we have that from account controller only, right? In our previous video, we have accessed this hub context from account controller, and when new users joins our system by registering himself, then we are sending a message to all the connected users that a new user is connected. Okay, now we have combined all the pieces. Let's try it now. Running, it's here. Users list, we have users list. For now it is showing all users as offline. Now let's go to Chrome, log out, refresh this page. Prince user is logging in, right? So for this user, when I connect it from this Chrome window, it should show all these users. Instead of this Prince current user, it will show Postman user with status online. And on this previous window, this not Chrome, Edge window, this should show one of these Abhay Prince as online. Let's see. So if you see on this page, Postman user is online, which is actually online in Edge, and on this previous window it shows this Abhay Prince user is online with this green button, right? So this thing is working, setting users online. This is working now. Let's continue. Before that, let's try some designing again. Let's add the background and change let's add a background to this card body. Let's say the light. Okay, then for this, for this thing, let's move it to the center of the screen. So if we go here, the content of this, I need to move this to center. So we could say justify content center for horizontal centering and align items center for vertical center. We need to set display flags, deflags. Fine. Let's add a little bit. Okay, it is not taking the full height. So for full height, let's go to this row and say, do we have this flex? One class, no? Right. Let's add this as a style. It is saying that the parent should have display flag. So for this, the parent is this one. So let's add deflags. And now it is taking the complete height, right? Right. After that, let's add a darker background to this. So maybe background color something darker, or maybe we can try a variation of this color. Okay, let's say this color. Okay, so let me add these classes and CSS styles to the page. I'll be right back. So I've added the CSS and then restart the application. So we have this now. Now next thing is when we click any of the item, okay, something broke. Let's see what is the issue. It says flags 1 282. What has changed? It's to Abhay Prince. It's to name. Let me try to fix it. The issue is this flags 1. It should be flags 1 like this. Did I miss something? If I go to yes, flags 1, save, come here, refresh page, and all users, something broke. Let's rerun. It's loading, users loading, and yeah, we have this. And if we click on some user from the right side, we can see the name populated to the main screen. So let's continue from here. So next thing, what we discussed, when we click on some user from here, then it should come up to this chats list, right? And this screen, this should change when we click on that user. So it should change in the lower bottom. It should show some text box or text area to write a message, and the upper part it should show the previous messages. So let's do this. So for this chats, first thing, we are on chats page, so let's have one more collection which will say let's chats only, and it will also be of type user DTO because it will have the same username and all those things. So chats, and we will pass this chats to the chat list component. So this is chats list. Let's go to components, chats list, and we were having this users. Let's change it to chats, and we should be good, right? Let's change this also to chat. Okay, fine. All our chats now. Okay, cool. And then from here we will have this chats, and we will pass this chats collection to this and this thing. So if we save it, everything should be affected. But next thing, when we click on some user from right side, it should automatically add to the chats collection if it is not already added to that collection. So let's do this. So when we select some user from users list, it actually triggers this handle user click, which invokes this on user selected, and on this side we have this on user selected, this thing. So we have the selected user. So maybe, not maybe, let's change it to full body method. And now selected user is user. The next thing, we will check if this user exists in our chats collection or not. If chats dot any c goes to c dot id is equals user dot id. If that's the case, or let's say if that is not the case, then we will add this user to our chats collection. So chats dot add, and we will add this user to chats. Rebuild and apply changes. It's loading. Okay, and it got added to this collection. Random user, new user. Okay, so the user is getting added to this left chat section. Now next thing is, okay, if the user is already added, then it should at least show which user is selected, right, from this left chat section. So let's add something. Let's say this user DTO, let's modify this to have one more property which says is selected. And when we are adding this here, or okay, we should do this. Okay, that means we should change it to have where chat user equals, we would say chats dot first dot default. Then we will have the same predicate, same condition. We will check if this chat user is null. That means this user does not exist in the chats collection. Then we will add it to chats. Or maybe okay, we can have the existing approach as well. So before adding it to the collection, we will simply say if selected equals true. And if this user exists, so do this. If this user exists, then we will set chat user dot is selected to true. Yes. And on the basis of this selected, we will change the appearance of this user. Okay, so maybe uh, let's have a class. This is chat details, no, not chat details. We need it in chats list. Yes, this one. So on this, let's check if the chat dot is selected. If this is the case, then do something, and if this is not the case, then do something else. So for now we can have pg success and text white. If the user is selected, if that's not the case, we will not add any of these class. So I think we are good. Let's see. Okay, let me stop it and rerun. Save, run. So it's running. User. Okay, and the class is not getting removed because we are not resetting the its selected flag. Yes, so before setting it to its selected, we should say something like chats dot for each where chat in chats, and we will say chat dot is selected equals false. Or instead of looping through all the items, we know that there will only be one uh, chat selected at a time. So let's get that and change the is selected to false for that particular user. So we will say selected chat user chat dot first dot default where c dot is selected, and if selected chat user is not null, then change its is selected property to false. Okay, let's see if we got this. Let me rerun it. We have this. Now if we check, it is only using one chat user as this green, which is the selected user, right? So we could say we are good, and same is for this also, selecting the chat. Okay. Now next thing, let's modify this section. So let's have one header with this username, and this is our chat details page. Fine. So H2, did we added some styling to this? Yes, we added some styling to this, right? So maybe we need to get rid of this styling now. So first thing, let's have background for now, and we will remove these classes for now. Can we comment this? No, right? Okay, fine. And remove deflex as well. So next thing, in chat details page, let's add a wrapper element which will have of display flags. Now it will have kind of three sections. First, header, let's call it header only, then body, and then the message, something like message input, and then this will say chats list or messages list. Fine. So we had these things, so it should be here, and the main header. Okay, all this should be in else part, I think. Okay, so if else, and then move this to here. Fine. If selected user is null, we will show this message, and if we have some selected user, then we will show this thing. So first thing, this header, we are going to have left side for this name, and right side, let's say some cross icon to cancel out this thing. So let's have it flex only, and justify content between. So it will have first item at left and second item is right side. So let's have this thing here, selected user dot name, and then on right side we will have something button class btn danger btn sm, and we will display a cross there, this X sign, right? Let's see how is it looking. So it looks like this. Now next thing, because this is deflex but this is not display flex, let's add it here also, and we don't need this, but for this thing we need width 100%. Still not working. Let me try to fix it. Alright, so we need to add this flex grow 1 on this child element. So let's add this class, then we should have some background color also for this header, right? So for this header, let's add some background color also. Fine. So instead of this thing, we will have this, and on this header we will have, let's say, we can try our main color. What was that? BG main. bg main and text white, and we need to remove the left and right. What is this padding or margin? Okay, we have this call sm8 which has left and right padding, so we can have padding left and right padding is 0 for this, right? So let's have px0. Fine, px0 and bg main. So px0 is going to be on this thing, px0. After that, uh, h2 class text white, and we are good for now. Next thing is, when we click on this cancel, it should remove this selection, and if we don't have any message in this list, then this user should get removed from this chat section, from this left section. So let's do this. So on this chat detail page, we will have another parameter which says event callback on cancel. Okay, on cancel, and on click of this, we should say on cancel dot invoke async. And when we click on this, it should trigger this on cancel, and it should be a parameter, and we will use this parameter on this thing. So we will say on cancel, and we will create a method here which will say handle chat details cancel, something like this. So we will have this private async task, this thing, it does not have anything. Then we will say that the current selected user, we should remove that user. No, first we should check if we have any chats for that particular user, and that should come from, okay, for now let's have one collection here. So we would say private I list of, for now let's have settings, we will change string, we will change it later. So let's say messages. Messages, which is a list of string by default. And now we need to create a method, private async, or let's add void only, handle cancel click, and then we will check if we have, and then we will change this on cancel to let's have a boolean flag here. Okay, we will check if user had some messages or not, right? So we will say if user has messages, So we will check if messages dot any, if that is the case, where should remove from chats list. So it will be the opposite of is user has messages. So if user do not have messages, does not have messages, then we should remove this from here. So we will call this on cancel dot invoke async, and then we will pass this should remove user from chats list. So let's change this to this async, and now we need to modify this also. Now it will have this boolean flag, and we know which user is currently selected. So on the basis of this handle user this, we will remove it. So if this flag is true, in that case we will remove the user from the list. So we could say chats dot remove selected user. Let's see it in action. Let me run it. It's here. Let's see if it is working. We have this. If we close this, nothing happened. Is there any error? Looks like there is no error. Then why didn't it work? Or maybe it's working because we are removing this select user, and this is not directly a part of this chats. Let's see. And if we, okay, this is not the one. If we click on it, yes, it should be true. No, it is false. Why? Let's try. Continue. Click. It is coming to this but not coming to this. Handle user click. Oh, sorry, handle cancel click. Oh, my bad. So this handle cancel click, we should use this here. Okay, let's run it now. It's here. This breakpoint. Now this time user has messages false, should remove from chat list true. Continue from here. We are here. True. Currently chats will have one element, and if we do this it has 0 elements, and continue. So it got removed from here. And if we add 2-3 users and we call random, click on random user, and if we remove this random user, it should get removed from the list. Let me remove the breakpoints. Continue, and random user is not here. Oh, it should also get updated, right? So new user, but it is not changing. Okay, this is also my fault. So after removing this, we should change the selected user back to null, because now there is no user selected. Oh, it is very bad sometimes. So C# changes, hot reload does not work. Sometimes it works for simple changes. Let's see. User loading, and let's add 3 users. Abhay Prince, remove this user, and fine, we have this message. Random user, new user, let's remove new user. Yes, random user, let's see, remove random user, and the list is again empty. Okay, fine, and it is working fine. So okay, we have this chats list here. Now next thing is to add a message box here. So let's go to our chat details page and this message input. We are going to have that thing here. So we for now let's have input text, but the problem is with input text it needs a cascading parameter which comes from edit form. So input text should always be a part of edit form, and the other approach could be we can simply have the input type text and then we can use the bind value with this one, but we will use edit form for this. So edit form, but before that let's create a model with single value. Would it work for single value? I'm not sure. Let's check. Private string and let's call it new message underscore new message, and the default value would be blank. So edit form model and let's have new message for model, and then it will have let's use div plus nothing for now, and then we will use the left section input box, right section the for the button. So I think this has div plus input group. Then next thing is going to be our text input. So input text, and it will be binded with the same model new message. Placeholder will be enter message here, and then css class it should be form control, and this is fine. Then next thing is going to be button class btn. Let's use btn submit, sorry, not btn submit, btn success, and the type of this button should be submit. It is going to submit the form, this edit form, and then yeah, one more class we need to have input group text, or do we have input group btn, or do we input group text only? This is coming from bootstrap, so let's verify it. Get bootstrap.com docs, and then form input group. Okay, let's check some with button, for example this one, this second. So it says this thing input type text class form control placeholder, all these we don't need. On button we will have button classes only, so input group will take care of all this, I guess. Yeah, okay, so input group we don't need this now then, and we will say send. Now let's see. Oh, let's rerun. It's coming. Okay, we have this enter message and this send button, but this should be the last part in this section. So what we could try, let's say this message list component, it should be flex row 1. Let me design it. Okay, so this message list, it should have flex row 1. It should take the whole space which is remaining, but in order to get it working, the parent of this should have display flex. So deflex, the default direction is row, so we need to change the direction to column, and now we are good. So let me modify these in our HTML. So I have added those and now it's looking nice. Now next thing is when we type something in this and click on this send button, it should send the message to this user, or not this user, yeah, to this user. And if this user is right now online, then let's say here we have this Abhay Prince. Okay, I need to refresh this. So this user is Abhay Prince, one of the Abhay Prince. There are two Abhay Prince, right? So this one is Abhay Prince. For this, if I am in this state, so it should show that message directly here. So let's do this. So to send the message, we will use HTTP call, but to broadcast that message, to send that message to the next user in real time, we will use SignalR. Fine. So first thing, we have the current user state, then we have the user to which this current user is sending message to. So let's go to let's stop it. Let's go to our API. In our server app, in our controllers, we had users controller. Let's say add one more controller for, let's call it public class messages controller. It will be from base controller, because this is also going to be protected controller. Protected means it will have authorized attribute, so it will have the currently logged in users detail. And then let's add these two API controller. And so this API controller, this is for validation, basically model state validation, and this is the route by which we can connect to this one, this controller. Let's move it to its own class. Fine, message controller. Now we need to inject our context. And what is the name of our context? That is chat context. Chat context. Chat context. Let's create this. So we will have public async task I action result and something like send message, and it will be HTTP post method, and we are creating a new method, so we could have this with the default only. So it will be actually on our main domain, then API, then slash controller name messages. That's it. Send message, it will have a model which will have two properties. One is for user to which this current user is sending message to, and the second one is going to be the message. So let's create one more DTO. Where are our DTOs? Shared DTOs, user DTO. So let's create one more DTO here, public class, or maybe it could be a record, public record, and it will be message DTO, or let's change it to message send DTO, and it will have to user ID and string message. And the current user ID we already have from the claims. So message send DTO. Go to messages controller, it will have this. Let's call it message DTO only. Now when we say send this message to a user, so we have an entity which is this message, which has all these properties: ID, which is auto generated, from ID, to ID, content, and sent on. So we will generate that, which is message equals new message from entity, and now we can fill up the properties one by one. ID will be auto generated from ID. This is the current user, so we can access the current user. What is the name? Okay, user ID. User ID, this is coming from base. So to be explicit, we could use base.user ID, but there is no need to base, but to understand from where this user ID is coming. Then for to ID, we will have the ID from this message DTO. Message DTO dot to user ID, this thing. Then comes the content, and this will come from message DTO dot message, and then we have sent on. So we could have this late time dot now, and apart from this we have ID auto generated from user to user. These are navigation properties, so we can skip these. Now we will add this to our database. So let's say chat context dot add chat context dot messages dot add message, or we could use the async version, await, and we can get a cancellation token, and we can pass that cancellation token to this thing. Next thing is we will see if this message got inserted into our database. So we could use await chat context dot save changes async, and we will pass this cancellation token to this, and the save changes, it returns number of records affected, and if it is greater than 0, that means our message was inserted successfully. Okay, before that let's add one validation. If the from ID is the current user ID, right? To user ID, which is coming from message DTO, or let's add this validation in this class, then it will not be a record. Okay, for now let's have it here only. So if message DTO dot to user ID, if this is less than equals to 0, or the message DTO dot message is null, empty, or white space. In this case, we will return bad request. If that's not the case, everything is fine. We should return something from here, maybe It should be in this case. Maybe there was some error with the data, or maybe there was some exception, some error. So for now, let's return internal server error. What we will status code, and it has int status code. For now, does it have some okay object value? So something like unable to send message. Fine. And if the message got added to the database successfully, then the next step would be first thing return okay from here. Then the next step should be to tell the receiver side, this two user ID, that some message you received a message basically. So in order to do that, we need to inject our hub context here, which was our Blazing Chat hub context, right? We are already using it in some controller, account controller, right? Let's use this one. Message controller, this one, hub context. Let's use this, and then hub context dot the client, the explicit client, the can we have user dot clients dot user and user id, and this user id is actual user id, which is message dto dot to user id, and to this user id we will send a message. So in this case, on client side there will be another method which will tell that you received a message. So we will say message received, and first thing, from which user you got this message? From user id, and the second parameter will be the message content, actual message. So this is on client side, message received, we will say dot message received, and we will return the current user id, that is base.user id. Then the next one is message dto dot message. And what is the problem? It says string, so user id dot to string, and we will await it. So it will send this message to this particular client, this user. Now on the client side we need to add this method. So on chat, our hub context is on this chat page only, right? So configure hub connection, we have these things. Now we will add one more on, and for this thing we have user id and message, and the name is Blazing Chat Hub client dot message received. And this will have second parameter which will say from user id and string message. Now we will check if this from is okay, it's string. Now we will check if this from user id, if this is already a part of our left chats collection. If the from user id, okay, the chats dot any, or maybe let's try the, we will not set it to selected, right? If okay, first check. If chats dot any c goes to c dot user id, c dot id, c dot id equals from user id. If there is any, if this user is already in the left chats connection collection, so maybe if this is not in left chat connection, then we will add it to chats dot can we prepend? Yes, we can prepend it, because in that case this user should come at the first place. So we will prepend this in the left list at the top. So but we need this user's complete detail. That means instead of from user id, we should get the complete user. But yeah, no problem, because this user, we can get this user from the main user section, right? So where from user equals, we can have the users collection, and from here we can find it. U goes to u dot id equals from user id, right? Yes. So we have this user here, from user. So we will prepend this from user. If this is not already a part of the left chat section. Now we have this. Next thing is we will append this message to messages list if we if this user is selected. So in this case, if it went to this thing, then it was not selected for sure. But then we will come here and we will check where selected user. Okay, we can check it from selected user, right? We have this selected user things. If selected user dot id is equals from user id, if this is the case, then append the message to the messages list. To the messages list, it should be like this. Now we need to send this new message to the chat details component, but on chat details component we can override on parameter set async method invoked when the component received parameter from its parent in mandatory and the incoming values has been assigned to the properties. Maybe we can leverage this method. Let's try. So first thing, we will have one more parameter here which will say new message, or maybe new incoming message, and it will be a parameter, and then we will try to override on parameter set method. But how can we check if a new incoming message parameter? Okay, let's try how it works. So do we have something in this base on parameter set? This is virtual blank. Okay, so we can remove this. And let's check if not string dot is null or white space new incoming message. If this is not the case, we will add this to our messages collection, messages dot add new incoming message. Then we will set it to again maybe null. So use it nullable. Let's try if this thing works. This, and the next thing is let's add a breakpoint here, or maybe let's add a breakpoint here, and we should pass that to this component which is new incoming message, and it should be let's have one field here, so it will say new incoming message, default value is null, and we are going to pass this, and we are going to add value to this here, right? And then at the last we will say state has changed. Now let's see if these things work. Okay, but before that, let's send the message when we click on this. So in order to do that, we will use on valid submit handle send message submit, something like this. We will have this private saying task, this thing, and we will validate this if the message, new message is not null or white space, then we are going to send that message along with the current user ID. So let's generate the message DTU. Let's call it send message DTU. New message send DTU, right? It was message send DTU. Message send DTU, and it had two user ID, and that we have in selected user. So selected user dot ID, first parameter, and the second is message, which is in our case this message. So we have this. Okay, let's check if selected user is not null. This is a rare case, but there's no harm. Or maybe let's use this. Okay, fine. We have this send message detail. Now we need to send this message using HTTP call. So in order to do that, let's check what approach we are taking. We are injecting HTTP client here. Then we will send the message await client dot. Okay, we need the this thing, right? So we have this get client method, and now we have a problem. So maybe what we can do, then we can copy this over, but that is not a good approach. Okay, maybe we'll fix it later, but for now if we want to do this, because we need to set the authentication header which comes from authentication state, and for now we are having authentication state as a cascading parameter. So what I think, maybe we should have it in not as cascading parameter, we should have it some class with notify property change, something like that. So with that we can register it as singleton for WebAssembly. So for WebAssembly, singleton and scope both works the same way, so we could leverage that. Maybe we will do this later, but for now let's do this. So this thing, then let's have this helper method here, authentication header value, it is coming from this, and now we have this get client. So instead of client we will use this get client method. Dot, next thing is, where did we get the users? In uninitialized users list, get from JSON async, we can use the same thing, just change this, it will be messages and it should be post as JSON async, and it requires the type of body. So let's remove this for now, and we need a second parameter as value, which is in our case this send message to. Fine, and it will give us HTTP response message. So let's have it. We have this response, and we will check if the response dot its success status code, that means the message was successful, and if we go to our message controller and we returns okay only if everything was fine. We got the message saved, and then we broadcasted, we send this message to the user to which this message was generated to. So if this is the case, then we will reset this, means set it back to, what was the default value? Blank. Set it to blank again, and if this is not the case, then somehow we should display error message. Okay, so for now maybe we can display error message inside, no, not inside this, but we should show it somewhere, right? But where? Maybe let's add one more section here, same like this header, it will have some maybe red color with the text white, which will have maybe span only, which will have the, let's call it error message, and this should render only if this is not null or blank. Right underscore error message, let's define it. It should be like this only with null label, and we will set this error message here. For now, let's have it error sending message. We should actually pass this error from the response in ideal case, but for now let's have like this only. And when we click on this cancel button, we should reset the error back to null, like this. So it should remove this thing. And div, yes, I think we are good. The only missing piece is now we have this messages collection. We should add our messages inside this. So let's add a UL here, and we will loop through all the messages where message in, let's say msg in underscore messages. And what was the type of this message? It was string only. For now we're using string, right? We should change it to the users detail also from and to, so that we can display these left or right aligned. For now let's use this only, so we will use msg, which is message. I think we have joined all the pieces. Let's see it in action, or maybe we can add couple of breakpoints to see how is it working. On message we have this, we have this, we have this, and then message controller as well. Let's run it. So it's coming here and it says a new incoming message got to this value, new incoming message, and this is because for string parameters it is not able to identify that this is a parameter, this is a variable. So yes, we should add this at the rate so that it gets to know that this is some variable. Okay, let me rerun it. Okay, so it's running, we have this. Then the next thing is all users are offline, so let's put some user online. Let's refresh this page, continue. Postman user is online for this. So first thing, let's have it open. So Postman user is open, or maybe let's close it, right? So okay, no, it should, if it shouldn't, if it is not in the list. Okay, first let's check happy flow. So we have Postman user, this is open, so it should get the message when we send message from here to, what is the name of that user? That is, oh my god, Abhay Prince. Which Abhay Prince? Okay, this Abhay Prince. This Abhay Prince. Okay, so let's say hi Abhay, testing Blazing chat. Let's send it. We clicked on this send and nothing happened. That's because we did not. No, we bind our this button to handle send message submit. We added this, and why isn't it coming? Do we have some error, something like that? Nothing. Oh, it came this time. Okay, so in new message we have this tag selected user.id. We have value here. Okay, okay. Send message DTU. It has those values. This to user ID 1002. Let's add a breakpoint here and let's have 5 from here. We are in message controller. So this message DTU, it should have these two values 1002 and this thing, and current user ID is 1. Let's continue. And okay, there was some error. And what was the error? The response.status code should show that internal server error, and output window we can check the error here. So it says the insert statement conflicted with the foreign key message user from user ID. The conflict occurred in this DBA user column ID. What is the issue? Foreign key construct FK user from user ID. So in from user ID, it was from ID. Go to message entity from user ID. Oh, this is from ID, this is from user. So because we need to explicitly tell it that the foreign key for this is from ID. Same with this message dot, this is to ID. Okay, let me rerun it. We are here, no user is online. Let's refresh this. Postman user is online. Let's open it. And here this Abhay Prince user is online. Let's add the same message again. Hi Abhay. Testing Blazing Chat. And before that, let's add a breakpoint to this. Send. We are here. Let's continue. We are here. And again something happened. Let's see what is the issue this time. Cannot insert value null into column 2 user ID. User ID. This should not be null. Let's check it again. Okay, this time we can test this also. So it will show this error sending message, and when we click on it, it should remove. Yeah. Let's try. And if we do this, send message to you, we should have two user IDs 1002 and message is this one. And when we continue, it comes here. Let's put a breakpoint here and let's check what we have in message. ID 0, that is fine. From ID 1 to ID 1002. What was the issue? To user ID. two user ID, two user ID, two user ID, but this is two ID. This is not. Do we have this username, password? Hmm. We said that we have this different key. Something is messed up with the. Oh, maybe let's check our migration. User, in user we have, oh, not in user. Oh, from user ID to user ID, from ID to ID, it created these two because we did not add this foreign key. This is the issue. Look, okay. For this, we added this foreign key. That means this time we need to update our migration. We need to remove those two columns. So let's add migration. Add migration fix. Fixed user ID columns in message. Drop, drop, drop column from user ID, drop column to user ID, then add foreign key, yeah. This is fine now. Let's update database. So this happened because the default convention is from these navigation properties, it was expecting one property with this from user, then append ID with this. So for this from and to, if we had this like this from, then it could have intercepted that from is related to this from ID. So that's why it created two new columns. One is from user ID and another one is to user ID. But we don't need these because we are using these two columns for that one. So now everything is fine. Let's try it again. Let's try it now. Save message. Send. Continue. We are here. And it worked this time. Okay. Continue. It came here. Everything is fine. We are removing new message. Continue. But we did not get the other one, the receiver side. We did not receive it on this thing. Where is it? Here is it. Message received. It should have received this, but looks like the problem is something related to the, where is the message controller? This user ID. So message.to user ID.to string. A client caller. All client that can be used to invoke methods on all connections associated with the specified user. And it gets the user from the user ID, and it should get user from name identifier. Default name identifier, right? So first thing, let's go to our chat hub, Blazing chat hub, and we will check here user detail. Let's try. We are getting the user. We are here, and next thing, let's use this immediate window and let's try to get the user. Get user ID. Context dot connection ID, user identifier, and user identifier is 100. That means we have this user. Then what's the issue? Context dot user identifier and context dot user. It should give us the current users detail dot claims, or we can get all the things on this user. So this is same as the user on controller. So claims dot default. We are having this thing. And how did we get the user in base controller user ID? We are getting it from name identifier. It should work. So in our previous video, we were able to send the message. So let's say, hi Prince. If we send it, this message was being sent to message controller using HTTP call, and here we are generating the entity, then we are adding it to the database, this message. After that, we were notifying the user, the two user, that you received a message from some user. So yesterday, in previous video, basically it was not working. The user was not receiving any notification, but when I tried today, it worked out of the box. Ideally it should have worked yesterday also, but I don't know what was the issue, and now it's working. So if we check from here, we send a message to Abhay, and if we check here, we have this, and same goes this also. If we say, hey postman, we sent a message, and this has this message, right? But now we have a problem. If we are clicking on this again and again, the chat messages from left side or users on right side, then this is keep on adding. And if we look into our code, so on chat page, we are receiving the real-time message on this message received event. Then we are setting this new incoming message variable with that new message, and this new incoming message variable is being passed to this chat details component. And if we go to chat details component, we can see we are receiving it in on parameter set method, and here we check if this is not null or empty or white space. Then we are adding the message to this messages collection, this collection. Then we are setting it null. So this is not a good approach. We should not modify the parameters directly. So, but for now, let's leave it. And what is happening after this, when we are changing anything and this component is being re-rendered, at that time it is again getting the same value, the same new incoming message value, because we did not reset it back to null, right? We received this message, we passed it to this component, we added these two messages, then we never modified this. So this has no effect actually. Let's remove it. So we never reset it, so we need to reset it now. Now in .NET 7 we have a functionality, so we could do something like this: bind, then we are binding it, and after that we could say something like, we can run our events. So this after event handler, we have this. So how this works, this is going to be fired after this parameter is being passed to chat details, this component. After that it is going to be fired. So in this case we could have done something like this. So this new incoming message equals null. So it will work in .NET 7, but as we are in .NET 6, so we need to do it in traditional way. So you must have guessed the traditional way. The traditional way would be to have a event callback, and we are not going to pass anything. Let's name it something like incoming message received, something like this. On incoming message received, it will be event callback, fine, and we are going to invoke this after adding the message to underscore message collection. So we will say this dot invoke async, and it is awaitable, so we are going to use the async version of on parameter set async task. And now we need to add a handler here for this one, and we will do something like new incoming message equals to null. So that's all we are going to do. So it should fix that problem, and we need to restart it. So it came. Let me restart the Chrome version as well. It shows this postman user is online, and it shows this user is online. So let's send a message again, test message. We will send this message sent, and if we move around here and there, so it is not repeating, right? So it is working. Let's try from here. Testing again, and if we keep on clicking here and there, so that means we have our functionality is working fine. Now the next thing is, if I refresh this page and then go to this user, these two users already have a chat history, so it should get loaded at this point, right? Because we just tested. So there are so many test messages between these two users, this current user postman user and this Abhay Prince, these two users. So when we are clicking on this and this component is being loaded at that time, at this time, it should fetch all the messages between these two users. So for this we are going to fetch these using HTTP call. So let's go to our controller, messages controller, and from here we will get the messages. So let's try public async task I action result, get messages, cancellation token, and for this one, this will be HTTP get, and the path should be, so we already know the current user, so we will fetch messages with this user to, or let's call it other user ID, and it will be int. So let's have it here, other user ID, And now we will get all the messages between these two users. So await chat context dot messages as no tracking, and now we will apply where. So this condition should be m dot from id equals other user id, and m dot to id should be this current user id. So base dot user id. Let me break it to two lines, or we will say that fetch if m dot to id equals other user id, dot from id is base dot user id, this current user id. So it will fetch all the communication between these two users. So one here we are saying the other user was sender and this current user was receiver, or we are saying the other user was receiver and this current user was sender. We are saying this. Now where after this we are fetching the complete data, right? For now we have tool list async, cancellation token, and what is the issue with base? Name can be simplified. So what? We can remove this base, I know, but I was just being explicit. Okay. Now we have these messages. So we will return these messages in OK. Or we can use the simpler approach. We would say enumerable of message, and we can directly return these messages. So it is a kind of shorthand for this. If we are not returning any other type, then we could simply use the direct return type of the response instead of iAction result. Okay, fine. Now we are not going to send the complete message message entity. Instead of, we are going to send a DTO. So let's add a DTO here. In shared, we already have couple of DTOs, message send DTO. Let's add one more. Let's call it message send, and it would share to user and then message. I'll go back to here, and before tool is async, we will say select message. We will use new message DTO, and it will have two user IDs, m.to user ID, m.from user ID, not to user, to ID, from ID, and then the next last one is m.content. And now the type of this should be message DTO. Now we are good. Okay, stop it. Now we have this list. Now we need to call this method whenever we are on this chat details page, whenever this page is being initialized. So let's override the initialize method. override on initialized async. Do we have this method already? No, right? No. Okay. So override async task on initialized async. Now we will do the same thing what we are doing here. Let's do like this only. So API slash messages, and this is not post, this is get. So we would say get from JSON async, and we would tell it that the result type is going to be IEnumerable of message detail, and then the URL is going to be API slash message slash we have selected user here, right? Selected user. So we are going to have selected user dot id. Then there is no data, and now this response, this is going to be of type this. So we could say all messages, then we can check, or we can directly assign this messages list. Let's do something different. We will say if all message dot any, if this is true, then only set the messages to this all messages dot to list. If that's not the case, then we have this error message. So maybe we could say that this is not an error, but still okay. Message detail, we need to change this list to message detail. And now comes the problem. This incoming message, so we should pass a message DTO here. Instead of this string, we should pass a message DTO. So here we will check if this is not null. Then we will add this. Fine. So the sending part, this is going to be change new incoming message. So we need to change this. It should be message DTO. And when we are using here, we are going to create that message DTO. Message DTO. It is going to be message DTO with what is it? Message DTO. What is hub connection dot on? We are not on. Oh, it is freaking out. Let's go to message DTO. It has to, from, and message. So to is the current user, right? So we can say the selected user dot id. After that, after to, we have from user id. Who sent this? So we have this from user id. From user id. And the last one is what was the message, and it was this message. So we can set the message detail to this, or we can directly set this. Fine, we have this. Now we have this. Now this is not an error, but for now let's add it in error only. There is no message between you and the selected user dot name. If you want to show that, we could show that selected user dot name. We have this, and we should reset this whenever we received some message or we sent the message. Like this. And one more thing, when we sent the message and it was successful, we are resetting the new message, but this new message should get added to this messages list. So we will say again this message DTO equals new message DTO, and to user ID we have this selected user.id. Then from user ID, this is the current user, and for current user we have our authentication state here. So we would say authentication state dot user dot id, and the last one is message, so it was this new message and we should get it before this. Then we are resetting it and add this message to this messages collection, and now we should be good. Let's try it. And there is some error. Let's see what is it. Object reference not set to an instance of an object on initialized async. Chat details line number 77. Line number 77. Selected user. It might be null here. It shouldn't. Oh my bad. Because we are allowing this to null, and if it is null, this component is still getting this component is there, it is here. So we should do this logic when the selected user is being set. So we will check. First thing, we should move it out to a private method, private async task load messages async. We check if selected user is not null, then load these messages. What is this? Load messages async. And second thing is, in this on parameter set async, here we should say if select user is not null. But first initialize and on parameter set, both can work. Okay, so that means we can move this out from on initialized. Let's remove this and check selected user is not null and our messages collection is also empty. Then only do this. If selected user is not null and messages collection is empty, then only load messages. right? Because this is going to be fired at multiple times. But if we change some user from left section, then this value is going to be changed, and then messages will have other message list, right? So what we should do, we should have a private variable here which will say let's int nullable int previous selected user id, or maybe let's have it int only, and default value is 0. And when this is not null and messages, there are no messages, and let's add one more condition, that this selected user dot id is not equals to the previous selected user id. If this is the case, then do this load messages, but before that let's do this. So now we have previous selected user id, we are having this, and now this. Then comes if are we modifying this collection directly? Yes, we are modifying this collection directly. So this should be fine now. Let's try it. Stop and rerun. Okay, let's reload the Chrome also. Yeah, it loaded, and now we have these are previous messages. If we check 1002 to 1, this was the message. 1002 to 1, this was the message. 1 2. So we can see these all are messages between this postman user and Abhay Prince. So the same result we should get in here. Yes, we got this result here. And now if we change it, this is not getting changed, right? It should get changed. Let's try here, and yep, let's check our chat details page, put a breakpoint, and let's try clicking on some user. We have new incoming message is null. Selected user is not null, it should be the new user. 1004 selected user id is 1002, it is not equal to this one, and message is oh, this condition, we need to change this. So we will check if selected user is not null and this is not same as the previous one, then we don't need this condition. Don't load all the messages whenever the user is being changed. For the subsequent request, if this is on the same page and this method is being called again multiple times, then this condition will take care of it. In this case, previously selected user id would be the same user id, so it should work. Let's continue. And we have breakpoints. Continue. Okay, we need to rerun it. Let's rerun. Okay, we are here. Let's refresh this one, postman user, we have all this data. There is no message between you and Abhay Prince. Yes, that's correct. But in this case, this should get reset. And that means we need to add one more condition. If this is not the case and our messages collection had something, then we should clear our message collection. Rerun. Okay, let's refresh the Chrome also. This user we have data, this user there is no data, but this did not get changed. Why so? And now this something is not right. We have this random user, there is no message between you and random user, but it should remove this, right? Or maybe we can reset it here. We should remove it from here and we should reset this always whenever we are trying to load the messages. Reset it, get message, if we got message add those, if no show this message. This is not actually an error but show this message, and at this time the message collection should be empty. Yes, now rerun it. It's here. Let's refresh Chrome, open this, we have this data, no message, we have this data, no message, no message. If we keep clicking here and there, then we know we have this data, right? Fine, let's check this one. We have this data, no data for other users, data for this postman user. And same thing, if we now send some message, it should come at the first item in this list. Let's try it. Test message. It came, but it came to the last. Yeah, it should come here only, right? Because when we are doing this, it should give, yeah, the use this left chat message should be at top, but this should be here only. Fine, so this thing is working. Now the next part is, so you see everything is working now. And what if, let's try one more case. Refresh, now from here we are going to send a message to this Abhay Prince user, but this user is not selected in this screen. So ideally when we are sending message from here, that user should get added to this left section. Alright, let's try it. And looks like it did not work. Let's see what the issue is. So let's go to chat, and when we receive message, we are checking if this from user ID not, then we are adding that to this chats collection, and this chats collection should have this, then it should show this, right? Only user selected will not work. Let's add a breakpoint and let's see what is happening here. Fine, we have this and we have this. New message, send, and breakpoint did not hit in this case. And why so? If we do this now, okay, our design is also distorted. Try, and we have this new message. Test new message. Let's check from here. Okay, this time it came. Let's try from here something random. Send message, and we got it here. What was the issue? Let's try to refresh this page. Now let's send message from here to this user. Again something random. Did not got here. What is the issue? Maybe let's refresh both the pages. Or maybe let's stop it and rerun and then refresh both the pages. Okay, now let's open one user, open here, and in the Edge window, Postman user, this is not open, right? So let's try a message. It got here. If we continue, we can see no, we cannot see that here. Let's try one more. It came here from user ID 1002, and users have these 4 users. So if we check from user, yes, from Abhay Prince, and the chats collection, it has 0 items. So we are saying that prepend this to chats, and prepend is not working. And why is it not working? Source element adds a value to the beginning of the sequence. Returns a new sequence that begins with the element. That means it does not modify the same element. I was not aware of it. So this means, do we have some insert at or something like that method? Chats dot insert, no, because what is the type of this chats collection? This is I collection. What if we have I list? Chats. Chats dot, we have insert, and we will insert this at the very beginning. Let's try it now. Stop and refresh. Rerun and refresh both the screens. Okay, this and then refresh this one. So we will open the user in one of the screens. We are not opening it here, we have this open. So let's add the message here. It came here, and now our chats collection, it should have one item. Yes, continue. This and then this. Yes, we can see it now. It came here, but it did not load because it came here, but we have not selected it. When we selected it, then we have this data, and now it will work the same. It will add the new message here. So if we check, so if we check, this message should get added. Let's try again. And this is here, so it is working. Let's try the other way. It should get added to this one. Yes, fine. Okay, so this is working. We are going to fix this. This design is not good, so it is coming out of the container. We are going to fix it, then we are going to design these messages. But before that, if I refresh, so this user, this postman user and Abhay Prince, these two users have a chat history, so that should come in this left chat section. So we are going to work on that first. So let me increase the font. So to get the list, let's go to controller and go to messages controller. Let's go to users controller. We had get users, or maybe we can create a new controller with chats controller, or maybe we can fit that in message or users controller. So maybe let's fit that in users controller only. So we will create a public async task enumerable. It will going to be the somewhat similar to this. Let me copy this and let's call it get user chats. This is also going to be http get, and we have API slash users slash, let's call this slash chats. Now chat context dot user, so instead of users we should query messages entity where where m dot from id is equals to the base dot user id. We have user id right in base, yes, or m dot to id is equals to user id. So if this current user, it is at any of the end, whether it sent a message to someone or received a message from someone. So we have this list till here. After that we would say that we should get all the user IDs, distinct user IDs. Okay, maybe for a quick solution, we can get it in two steps where let's say unique users, where this is the case, then we will say select m goes to m dot. This is the issue. We need to apply this distinct on these two columns, right? So we would say where this is at either corner, then select the both of this from ID and to ID. Let's try if we could get from ID using, so we have from ID or user ID, then we would select both of these user IDs because we don't know if the current user is on from side or to side. So we would get it, we would say from equals m dot from ID and to is going to be m dot to ID. After that, now we have a collection. We need to somehow, can we apply distinct on this? Equality comparer, or we need to apply our equality comparer. Let's try if it works directly with distinct. Now this distinct, this is going to have a variable of this dynamic type. After that, we are going to apply toList async with the cancellation token. It's always a good idea to pass this cancellation token in all controller action methods. Cancellation token, and now we have unique users which will have different user IDs. Now let's get the distinct IDs from here. It has distinct of these collections, I guess. Then check unique users dot we need to get these and insert inside maybe hash table. Select u goes to, we have u dot from and u dot t, or maybe for each u goes to where unique user IDs, it is going to be let's say hash set of integer, and we are going to insert dot add. We are going to add from and to both IDs to this from and then to. It does not return anything. So now this unique user IDs, it is going to have a collection. And next thing is we need to, okay, we could check it here only. If u dot from is not equals current user ID, then only add it to this. And the same goes with to. So now we have this. Now we will check if unique user ID is dot count is greater than 0, or we could check any. If this is the case, then we would get this, or let's say chat users from the database using these IDs. So we would say await chat contacts dot users dot as no tracking dot. Now we would apply a where u, and we have unique visitor unique user IDs dot contains u dot id. Then only we need to list async which select the same thing which we have in here. Now this chat users, now we are going to return this chat users, or we could have it an empty collection here, enumerable of user DTO. Let's say chat users equals new list of user DTO. And now from here we could return these chat users, and in here we could add it like this. Okay, we could override it like this. So now we should be good. Fine, we have these get user chats. Let's go to chat page again, and when we are getting these users at the same time, we will get the chats. Let's say chat list task, and it would be API users and chats. Fine, everything will be same. Chat list task, we would check the same thing for chats, chat list task, and we would change it to chats list, chats list, and users, we have these chats, fine. And the type of chats list, is it different? Chats is iList, and this is hash set, and we are saying that get I collections, so let's change it to iList. Now we have this chats list. Let's try it. It's loading users, and it got Abhay Prince as well. That means it worked. Now if we refresh this one, it should show Postman user in left section. Yes. And when we clicked on it, it automatically selected this one. So this functionality is working. Okay, so we have this. Where is our message controller? No, we added it in users controller. I'm not very much convinced with this approach, but it's taking time, so for now I'm going to leave it like this only. So if someone of you knows a better approach to do this, so PRs are welcome. So you can pull this code, modify it, and you can raise a pull request. So I can review and approve. Okay, fine. So one thing, we had that loading indicator for the users list. So let's do the same thing for chats list. So this loading users, let's do the same thing for chats list, and we would do the same loading thing. Copy it, go to chats list is here, fine. Let's add the same parameter, then use the same thing. Mhm. Okay, and let's rerun it. Okay, it shows loading at both the ends, and we got the data here. Right now it is not online. Let's go to the Chrome one, refresh this, and postman user is online, and the same thing goes here. So we are good now. Okay, now next thing, let's fix this height issue. So let's try what we can do. Hmm. So for this one, we have this message list, which is flex grow 1 1 1 1. Okay, fine. So what we can try, maybe on this one, let's remove this flex grow 1, and let's add messages list. There's nothing on this. Okay, let's add a height of Kelsey 100 vertical height minus 150 we are already using for the main container. Maybe let's try minus 100 px. Okay, looks okay. Let's modify. The 100 was fine, but we have, I think, 15 pixel of padding from all the sides, so we could have this thing, right? Height is this, then overflow of y, we can say auto. So we have this section, and if we increase this, yeah, fine, it's working. Okay, so let's add this to our CSS message list. And do we have some CSS for message list is from chats collection, right? Message list, no, is it from chat details page? Yes, it's from chat details page. So we have two approaches. One, either we can have the separate CSS file like this we have for chat.razor.cs, or we could have it as a global CSS. But let's add the CSS file, but for that we need to stop it. Okay, let's add a CSS file here. Okay, component, new item, and let's try a CSS file, style sheet, and the name would be same as the component, chat details dot razor dot css. Yeah, we had this height Kelsey 100 vh minus 150 px. This is for container. So get that copy, right? Okay, and this. So we have this. I saved it, and I noticed on chat page we had this background on the main container, right? So maybe let's remove this background from here and add it to the same chat detail.razor page from this message list, and we can remove this style from here, save all, and let's run it again. Okay, we have the, let's try, and that did not work. Why that didn't work? Let's see. There is some error. What is the error? Connection error. Fine. Let's see. Did that? Oh, the CSS didn't came, right? We earlier also we had the same issue. We had to rebuild it or what? I think we had to rebuild it, and we need to remove this flex grow one. So let's try this. Close this. Go to chat details. Remove this flex grow on message list, and then rebuild, and then I'm going to run it. Okay, so it's here. I had to hard refresh it. It was getting all these from cache, from browser's cache, so I had to hard refresh it. So now you can see we have this collection here, we have this scroll bar here. Now the next thing is we are going to design these left and right aligned these items. So let's go to our UL. We have this UL and this li messages, and in this li we need to find if this message is from this user, that means this message is incoming or outgoing, we could say. So we would check it where, let's say, incoming equals, it would be message dot from user id, incoming is coming, right? So we could say message dot to user id if this is the current user id that we can get from authentication state. So maybe let's create a computed property which will be private int, and it would be, let's say, current user id, and we are going to have it authentication state dot user dot id, and if this is null, let's have a fallback value 0. So we will say if to user id is current user id, that means it is incoming, else it is outgoing. So we could have it simply the opposite of incoming. Now so on this li class, what we could have, we could have it as display flex, and then we will have a dynamic class which would say justify content. Now this thing is going to be dynamic, so if the message is incoming, then we will say justify content start, so it will start from the left, and if that's not the case, it would be end. Okay, what is the issue? Like this? Yes, we can. Okay, so justify content, we are going to add this class here, cls, so it would separate the messages to left side and right side, and then let's have these messages inside a p tag, and let's add a class on this. We would say single msg, and let's add the same, or let's say similar class to this one. We would say if it's incoming, we would say the other, and if it was not incoming, it was outgoing, we would say me. Fine, so we don't need this outgoing. That means we can get rid of this. Now let's add these classes, the single msg, other, and me, to this css file. Okay, so we have the single msg, we have me, and we have other, these three classes. Okay, so first let's try to see how our UI looks now. Let's refresh this page. Select it, and it didn't pick up the changes, so let me restart it. And now we have this. Fine, but right now it is displaying this message DTO. So this thing is the default toString method for record type, because this message DTO, if you check, this is a record. So for this, the default toString is the name, then these curly braces, and then all the properties equals value, this thing. So what we need simply the message part. Right now we need this message, so instead of this message we would say message dot message. It would show the message part only. Yeah, now if we check, so these are whatever we sent, it is coming from here from the right side, and whatever we received, it is on the left side. So let's add some css to these classes, single message, me, and other. So for single message we would say, first thing, let's add a border. So we would say 1px solid, let's say light gray. Fine, the next thing, let's add a padding, maybe 4px from top and bottom, and 10px from left and right. Fine, next thing is, why is this? Okay, this must be coming from ul. Yes, from ul it is coming. So for this ul we could say, we could have this padding left 0, but for now we should be good. Single message, so we have added these two things to single message. Let's go to single message. Where is it? It's here, like this. And for the ul, let's say style, and we would say padding, and let's have a padding of 5px from all the sides. And for single message we are going to have this, and for me, let's add the border. Okay, for this let's add border radius of maybe 10 pixel, and for me we would remove the border radius from right, bottom left, bottom right. Where is bottom right? Border bottom right radius, right radius, we would have it 0. and the same will go to other, but in that case it should be this this one, right? Yeah, this thing. So this is left bottom. Left bottom. So bottom left. Bottom left radius 0. Save it, come here, and yes, we can see this, right? Let's increase the radius. Let's have it 25. It looks nice. So we have this, but let's add a light background to these messages. So maybe a different color for this one and different color for the left one, right? So let's try. For me, we could have, let's try for this one, BG success, and for this one let's try maybe BG info, and then we will have a lighter version of these. So if we check BG success, BG success, BG success RBG, RGB, sorry, we have this color, and we are here. Okay, BG success is this color, right? Yeah. So a lighter version of this color is this. So for me, I would add this color, background color, this one, and for this, let's try, this is BG info, right? And let's check a lighter version of this, maybe this one. So background color for this, we would use this one. Save, and let's check the UI. And we have this color and we have this color. Now it looks nice, right? Okay, fine. So we are almost there. Let me refresh it. And same with Chrome. Let me refresh it. Users and chats are loading. If we go to Postman user, it is showing this. And if we hard refresh, it should pick up the CSS styles. Yes. So we have this. And here we have this. Let's try some message. Hi from formatted. Okay, it went. Let's try it. Okay, and it kind of messed up, right? Because it should come from left side, but why it came here? Okay, here we will say from Abhay to Postman, right? Now if we send this message, it is showing here, that is fine, but here it should have been displayed on right side. And why so? Let's try to check by adding maybe by adding a small and to here, small, we would say from msg.from id and to msg.to id. Let's see if we are getting the correct values. Let me refresh both of these. Okay, these are here. Postman user, we have these, and now it got fixed. So that means, okay, let's check again. Same thing, Abhay to postman, and we send this message. It says from here to here. Fine. And if we go to here, if we check it, Abhay to postman, from here it is fine. And what if we say postman to Abhay? Let's try postman to Abhay 121002, and if we check here, okay, it says from 1 to 1. That means we are missing something. And what are we missing? When we receive the message in here, selected user ID, which says to user ID, and from user ID should be the current user ID. And if this is user ID, then if we come here, then it will be from user ID. And now when we say message GTO, so it should be, so what are all these? To from message. So for this, the problem was on UI. So to user ID, that means the current user which is getting this message. So it is not selected user. It is actually our authentication state dot user dot id. This is the user, and from user id is the same from where we are getting this message, and message will be this only. So let's stop it and let's rerun and refresh both the instances, Chrome and Edge. Okay, so the instances are up and running. We have this user, then we have this user. Let's try the same thing from Abhay to postman, send. Abhay to postman is here, and if we go here, Abhay to postman, fine. And now we would send it postman to Abhay. Postman to Abhay, and if we check the Chrome window, it should say postman to Abhay. So that is working now. Okay, fine. I think we have achieved a lot. Now let's, the functionality wise it is working, yeah, but this thing, right, this that tax, right, we should at least we could show the time when this message was being sent, right? So for that, what we can do on the chat detail page, when we have, where we have this thing, let's add this. Now we don't need this to and from, but after this we could add a br tag, which is a line break tag. Then we will have small, and we will show the date time, and that date time, we have that date time in message, right? So let's go to message controller, sent on datetime.now, right? So we could show this same thing there, but in that case we need to access this sent on. So we should use this for UI when we are sending the message. Where is it? Load messages on parameters sent, handle save messages, response. So when we send this message, so we can set, let's add this here. So we would say date time sent on, and then we need to change all these 10 references. First is here message DTO, we will say m dot sent on, and then the other parts 9 references, get set is fine, this is also fine, this is also fine, this is also fine, no, not this. So this one is handle submit. Okay, here there are two things. Either we could return the updated message DTO from this API messages, that means from this message controller. After saving the message, currently we are returning simple OK. We could send this DTO, right? We could generate this DTO and we can send it. For the current user, so this datetime.now, it will be the same, but for now I am using the current datetime.now, so it could be different for this particular case, but the user who is on the other end, so when we are sending this message to the user real time, then we should use this sent on, right? So message received, maybe let's modify the type of this message received. So instead of this, let's send the message DTO only, message DTO, fine. So first thing here, instead of user ID, we would simply return the message DTO that we can create here. Message DTO equals new message DTO, and it will have two user ID, that is actually this one, message DTO. Message DTO we already have, so let's say response message DTO. So two IDs, this one, and then we have from user ID, which is the current user ID. Then we have message, that is this message, and then we have this. Or instead of, we could simply try this base.toUserID message.toID message.fromID, then message.message, and then message.content, sorry, and then the last one message.sendOn, and then we will pass this response message DTO here, and the receiver part, which is on chat page. If we check this one, message received, so instead of these things, it will have a message DTO, single parameter message DTO, and the type would be message DTO. Now we could check message DTO.from user ID. So let's change from user ID to this, from user ID to this, and message DTO.message. This is the content, and then the last thing is message detail. Now we have two user ID here also, right? So this current user we could get it from message dto.toID, 2ID, and then the last part. Oh, we could directly assign this message dto, right? Like this only. Now we will go to chat details page. Now we have sent on property that we can display here. So it will be message dot sent on. We can apply to string method, or let's call the okay. Let's try to short time string, or we could check. For now, let's add to long date string. We can modify it as per our need. Okay, we need to stop it and rerun. Let me rerun it. Save all, rerun. There is some error. No, what is the error expected? We missed something here. Fine, let's run. So it's here. Now we have this long string. So you could play around with it. If this is today's date, then you can show the time only. If this is not today's date, then you can show the date, time, both, something like that, right? Maybe let's add that thing here, and let's add a msgdt, okay, so that we will make it small. Now we will add a logic here. So if msg dot date, msg dot sent on dot date is equals date time dot today dot date. If this is the case, we will show time, and if okay, we don't need this at the rate here. If that's not the case, then we will display date and time both. So let's say to short date string, then to short time string. And if that's not the case, if it was from today only, then we will simply show the time, not date. Okay, maybe let's add a pipe here. And for this msgdt, let's go to the css of this file and simply add a font size something smaller, be 11 px. Let's try it. Stop and refresh, rerun, and I'm going to refresh both the instances. Okay, it's here. So else part is fine, if part is not fine. 3 to 23, 10:55 p.m. What is the issue with if part? Where is our chat detail? If okay, because of this. What is the issue here? Okay, because it is considering it as span, this and this. Let's have a span around this also. save and fine. So this was from 2nd March. Let's check the last one. This is today 12:53 a.m. So this is fine. One thing what we could do for our messages, we could have it right aligned, right? And for the incoming messages, we could have it left aligned the same way it is, right? Fine. So for this one, let's try right aligned. So we know that whenever this message DT is coming inside .me then message DT, then we will say text align right, and it would only work if this container takes the full length. Let's add, I don't think this is necessary, but let's add it. So save it and let's see, it worked. 12:42, 12:14 for this one. Yeah, so everything is working now. Let's try to send a message to this user. Let's refresh this first. We have all these messages. Let's send this message. It got sent 1:08 a.m. and if we check here, it is fine. Let's try same thing from here, 1:08, and if we check, we can see 1:08. Fine, so this is also working. Now I think we are pretty much done with this app. Now the only thing which this font, actually this is the default font which I don't like. This is this Helvetica New, whatever we call it. This is the default font. Let's use some Google font. Do we have some setting here? Client www.root, we have index.html, we have all this. So let's add a font here. So let's have Google Fonts. Poppins, I like this. So let's have the regular one, which is regular. Then bold. I think we need these two only. Copy. This is link. Yeah, copy this. Go here and add it inside our index.html page. Save it and let's, okay, we need to change the font family. So we have css app.css, that is global file. So for font family, we will have the first font as Poppins, right? Or let's check in here only font family, this thing. Okay, let's HTML body and let's add star also, so it should be added to everything. Fine, save and everything is saved. Yes, let's refresh this and refresh the Okay, it already got applied, I guess. Now next thing, is it zoomed in? Oh, it was zoomed in. So if I have the actual size, then it looks good. Fine, it is looking good then. Okay, this Abhay Prince, this selected user, what is it right now? Is it H2? Let's change it to have something like H5, or let's H4. Find H4 and make it center align vertically. Align item center. And do we have, okay, this H4, it had some margin bottom. It is taking from somewhere else, so we should say margin 0, and this is fine. Okay, so M0 we could add it, text white M0, and then nothing, H4 text white M0, oh, not M0, M2, 2 is a lot, right? Okay, M0, but let's add padding. Yes, H4 and this for this selected name. Let's go. We have this in chat details, right? H2 instead of H2, let's add H4, and with text white, let's add these things. So I think we are pretty much done with this now. Chrome window, refresh. We have these users, postman user, we have this chat, we have this, there are no messages, everything is fine. The next thing goes, yeah, check from the other one. So it's working. Let's say we are saying something to Abhay Prince. Let's check from here. So this Abhay Prince user is talking to postman user. We would say, hi postman. I have uploaded new video. Did you check it? And from here, let's try. We are getting these messages. We will say, oh great, not yet. So we functionality wise we were almost done. So let's see what is remaining in this app. So let me run the app. So I'm running it, and we have this unhandled error has occurred, reload, and let me zoom it a little. So you must have guessed it. So this is because the authentication token, the JWT token, that is expired. So we are getting this 401 because we are storing the token in local storage, and this token got expired when we try to run the app maybe after a day. So we have this token which I think validity of 8 hours, and after that token expires and we do not have any refresh token functionality or automatic regenerating the token. That functionality is not there. So first thing, let's try to at least fix it. Ideally it should have refresh token, but for now if we go to chat app and app is initializing, and this is fine if is authenticated. After that we are passing this token to this, right? So this authentication state dot is authenticated, that is true. But whenever we are coming to this page, first thing we should check if the token which we have is that expired or not, and we have that token in our authentication state dot token, this token. So this is JWT token. We need to check if this is expired or not, right? So first thing, we are going to check. How can we check it? I think we have a package by which we can check this. So let's go to NuGet package. We need to stop the app. Let's go to NuGet packages. NuGet package, where is it? Yeah. And Microsoft identity model, system.identity models, tokens.jwt. Let's install this. Okay. And from this we can check. I think there is a class JWT security token, something like this. Yeah, JWT security tokens. So let's call it JWT only. New JWT security token, and we can pass our JWT token to this one. So we can pass this authentication token. Now after that we can check JWT dot. We have all these claims: subject, actor, audience. So we can get the, where is the valid 2, the expired token exp value. Yeah, this is valid 2. So if this valid 2 is less than or equals to the current time, which is datetime.now. If this is the case, this means, what is the issue? Valid 2. Okay, that means token is expired. So navigate to login page, right? So this is the case. So let's move out to this, to a method private, let's say bool is token expired, and let's have this thing here. So if this is the case, we will return true, token is expired. If this is not the case, we would simply return false, token is not expired. And then we will check it here if is not authenticated or this token expired. If this is the case, then it should navigate to the slash, that is login page in our case. If that's not the case, everything will work as expected, right? So let's save it. Not just navigate, in this case we should In this case, we should remove the token from the storage and we should reset it to what we can say, reset it to the empty state, blank state basically. So the same functionality is being handled by handle logout, right? And navigation part, this is automatically being handled on our layout page, main layout. We have this authentication state changed, this event, and it checks if this property has been changed, and is it not authenticated, then it will navigate the user to slash page. Okay, so that means we should change it. If it was not authenticated, just return. If that's not the case, if it came here, so let's have this private async pool, and not pool, in this case we will check task of pool is token expired. If this is the case, we will return true, but before that we will log out the user. So for that, await, we can call the same handle logout, which actually does both of these things. From the local storage, it removes the state and then it calls authentication state unload state, which actually sets it to default and sets is authenticated to false. So it is going to handle all the cases, and then we are going to, let's change it to handle token expired, or let's call it is token expired only. Is token expired, and we are going to check it inside this else method. If not is token expired, if token is not expired, then only do all these operations. It should be await. Is token expired, sync. If this is not the case, then do all these. If this is the case, just call handle logout, which is going to reset the state. Fine. So now we are good with this thing. Let's try to run it. If we will run it this time, it should navigate this current user to the login page. Let's check. We are here, right? We were on slash chat page, and now if we check the local storage for our application, let me zoom it out as well. There is no local storage with that user or whatever name we have set, that auth state, that is not here. Let's try same thing in this one. First let's check application local storage. We cannot check it. Chat page, we have auth key. Now it got removed. Yeah, it was good. Now login, and now you see we have this auth key and this complete details of the user. Close. It has all these things. Now if we log in it, login, and now we have auth key here, the same state, and we have this thing here as well. In left side we can see the chats, and if we go to the Chrome window, we can also see the chat, and now this user is online, and in this window this user is online. That means everything is working as before. We simply handled the initial case, right? But this is not the, this could be a case, but there could be a scenario that we want to handle this token expiry silently. That means whenever token is being expired, we will simply request a new token, generate a new token. So that is handled using refresh tokens. So refresh tokens is a concept. So if you guys want me to create a dedicated video on refresh tokens, how can we generate refresh token, how can we handle the JWT token expiry using the refresh tokens, how can we silently generate the new JWT tokens using refresh tokens, do let me know in the comments. I will create a dedicated video on refresh tokens. Okay, so we handle this. Now next thing we are going to do, in last part we were doing something, then I noticed something. So this UI, if I click on something else, the user which do not have a chat with, so this was coming out of the window, if you would see, because of this message. There is no message between you and random user and it was coming here. So in this case, let's fix this. So the simple fix could be that error message, this error message, we could simply move this error message to this messages list section. If we save it, if we check it, do we need to refresh? Let's try. Okay, for main user it is fine, for some other user it is also fine, right? So if you see, the error message is still there, but this is not error message. So let's change it to a simple maybe a warning message without this cross. So for that, instead of this error message, we will simply going to handle another variable. Let's call it message only, and this message, oh, we already have messages, let's call it maybe warning message, but this is not a warning, this is somehow indicator. So let's say info message. This info message, this is nullable, there is no message, so we will set it here. And if we have this, so we will set it null here, and same thing when we are sending it, we will set it to null here also. Error sending message, this is fine, this is fine. So info message, so this info message, we are going to do the same thing we are doing for error message, we will do for info message. Info message, info message, and from here we could remove this button, this close cancel button, and instead of BG danger, we could have something the yellowish color. Now if we save it, if we check, we need to refresh, it's here, let's check, still the red color. Why still red color? Didn't it pick the actual value? BG danger, the second if, did we miss something? Error message, BG danger, info message, BG warning, and we are setting info message at the correct place. Info message, clearing out, setting if there is no message, we are setting info message, right? Okay, maybe we need to hard refresh. Okay, so it's here. I had to stop the app and rerun from Visual Studio. So now we have this message, and if we send something to this user, that message is not here, that got removed. Now if you check for this, we have this user, and now next thing is we got this. What is the next thing on my list? Okay, so when this screen came, you see when we have a chat history, so at this time the scroll bar, it is at the top, but it should be at the last message, right? So for that we need to use JavaScript for this. How can we get it? Okay, fine. So for that, this is in chat details page. If we check, we have this UL, we have this li, so we need to scroll this box to the last li, and if we check li, so we have this UL. Let's add a ID here, and this should be, we could name it whatever we want, but let's call it messages UL. Okay, messages UL. We could get it from this one also, but let's do using messages UL. Now we have a global JavaScript, right? We had these JavaScript functions. So let's add one more function. We would say scroll to, or let's say scroll to, just no, window.scroll to is already there. Scroll to element elm, and here we would say element id, but in this case this is kind of tightly coupled with this because there is no id. Because what we will do, we will fetch the last li from this. We cannot have ids on li, we could have classes, but then we somehow need to fetch the last class. So the better approach could be just use messages ul and then fetch the last li. So okay, we are not making this function generic, so scroll to last message. This is fine, it will not take anything. And now we can get the last li, last messages or last message li. We can use document dot query selector, and then we have this messages ul, and inside this we have li, and we want to get the last child of this li. We will check if there are any elements. So we will check if last message li, then we need this to be in the viewport. So we have a JavaScript method which says scroll into view, and it takes arguments boolean scroll into view options. It should work like this, but it will be instant. So when this function is going to be called, it will be instant. So if the scroll bar is at the top, it will directly scroll to the last li without showing the smooth effect. So we could have a function, there was something, I think behavior, that is smooth. So using this, there is going to be a small smooth effect when it is scrolling to the last li, there will be a scrolling effect. Now we need to call this from our chat details page once the chat is loaded. So when this message is load messages async, and when we have these messages all message list, then we can call that, right? But maybe let's call it after this thing. On parameter set we have this, but this is not the right place. So we have another method, that is override. a render, after render, on after render async. Okay, and then we can have a boolean, we could say scroll to bottom, something like this. By default it will be false and we will set it to true here. So scroll to bottom is equals true. So we will check here, let's change it to async, and now let's check if scroll to bottom is enabled, then first thing set it to false and then call that method. So for that method we need to inject our JavaScript. So we are using JS on our layout page, so we will use the same thing. So we have JS runtime, and we will call that method here. So await JS runtime dot invoke void async, because we are not expecting any return value, right? So in this we will pass this, there are no parameters to this, so we should be good now. And yes, it should be fine. Let's rerun and let's check. Okay, it's loading, and if we see there is some error, let's check what is the error. Console, and it says scroll to last message was undefined. JS exception could not find this thing. Didn't we use the same way? Go to layout, main layout, window.get from storage. Yes. app.js, window.get from storage, window.scroll to last message. This is the right way. Okay, maybe it was not able to load the new script file. Yes, it is getting it from cache. Yes, you saw that it was here and it showed that effect, smooth scrolling, right? Fine, so we are good now. And at this time also, you see we sent a message and the scroll bar is still here. At this time also it should scroll to this. So we have two approaches for this. No, not two approaches, we should follow the same approach. So on after render async, this is going to call in any case. So let's, after sending the message, if success status code was true, so we will set, after adding it to message, we will say just enable it, scroll to bottom. So it will now, when this function is going to be called, at this time the li, that will be the last li, the new message which we just added. So let's stop and rerun. Okay, so this is loading, let's wait for it. No message, and yes, it scrolled, fine. It again scrolled, and let's check this time. You saw this message sent and this scroll bar scrolled. Now let's do the same thing in Chrome. Let's hard refresh it, and we are here. Hi, and it also Okay, now I think there is one more case. If we send this message, this is scrolled, but this thing is not scrolled again. Did you check it? Did you see this hi message? It was coming from the other end. So at this time also it should scroll. So for this, let's check where are we getting this. So we are getting that here. So let's set the same flag to true here also. Save it and maybe rerun. Let me hard refresh both the instances. Okay, so if we, yes, we are here, and on Chrome window, let's check, we are here, and let's send a message from here. It got, and it also worked. Right, let's try like this. So you saw at this time also. So at all three times basically, when this screen is first getting loaded, when we are sending a message, or when we are receiving the message. So this scroll bar, this is working for all three cases. So this is also working. Next thing, on this page, let's do it full screen. Right, this Blazing chat, we can get rid of these extra spaces. So where is this space? We added it to the card BR0 MT5 margin top 5. Fine, we could get MT maybe 1. Fine, border radius 0, MT1, but in this case we have this height, and this is coming from where? This is coming from, where is it coming from, this height? Is this coming from the card body? Yes, card body. In this case, Kelsey 100 VH minus 150 px. So maybe at this time we can get just 50 px. And no, this is not fine. Let's have it 60 px. No, 70, 80, 75. The same from top and bottom, so 75. And now if this is 75, we need to expand the height of this section also, right? So first thing, let's do it on Visual Studio. So MT1 on card, let's do it. Chat details page, we have that card. On chat page, card MT5, it should be MT1. Then we have, we have that in CSS. So instead of 150, we will have it 75, and same thing, we will go to chat details, this 150 px, so it will be 75. Now save all, stop, and I'm going to rerun it and hard refresh both the instances. Okay, so we have this is working, this is fine, everything looks fine now. Fine, everything is okay now. So next thing on my list is here, when we first clicked on it, Let's refresh it. I want to show this. Refresh, and when we click on this, so it takes some time to fetch the records. At that time we are not sure that if something is happening or no, right? So we should show a loading indicator. So for that, let's go to chat details page and let's have a private variable here. Loading messages, default value false, and set it to true when we are loading the messages. Let's wrap it inside try finally for now. We will set it to true, loading up the messages. Then we will move all this logic, and for now let's get rid of this exception. We will simply use finally to reset this so that it is not stuck if there is some exception or something. Loading messages is false here, and now use this loading messages to this message list. We will check if the loading messages is true, then we can have that loading indicator we have for users, right? The same thing, go to users list and we have this thing. We can use this directly here. Okay, this is in li. Okay, we could use it directly inside this UL. Fine, let's cut it from here, use it here, and then this should be in else part. Loading messages. Looks fine. Save, rerun. It's here. You saw that loading messages indicator. Let's add a breakpoint so that I can show that to you. Go to messages controller, right? Go to server app, controllers, and messages controller, and here get messages. I have added a breakpoint, and now let's go here. You see this loading messages, it will show this indicator, and once the response is ready, then it will simply continue from there. Oh, what happened? Okay, continue, and now it would show the message. Same thing, second loading indicator, continue, we got message, it scrolled to the bottom. So I think everything is in place now. And now if we check, we have everything, but there is one thing, this authentication state. Yeah, two things actually. On this chat page, we are calling this get client, which is actually setting this authorization header. But so it is being used on chat page, on chat details page. So for these HTTP calls, maybe we could have some, if we are expanding this app, then it could be used at some other places also. So the better approach would be either creating a separate service for all HTTP client requests, or if we are not doing that, then at least we could create an extension method on HTTP client which is going to set this authorization header. So these two approaches we could try. And then for this authentication state, so what I am thinking, maybe we are abusing the cascading parameter, right? So from main layout, we are using this authentication state as cascading value. Then this thing is being used on almost each and every page and component. So the better approach would be for this one, just create a singleton service, inject that service in all the components or pages wherever it is required. Because this is a WebAssembly project, so singleton or scoop both are going to behave the same way, and singleton is for the single browser instance, we could say. So all the components and pages are going to share the same instance, so we can access the same values, current state, and we can get all these things working. So without cascading parameter, we could directly inject, we could create this class as a state only, then we could register it as singleton, then inject it at all the places wherever it is required. So that way it would be a better approach. Then this app, this is missing exception handling at couple of places, so we should, you guys can try that also to handle the exceptions at multiple places. So for now, I think that's all pretty much for this app. Do let me know in the comment, how did you like this series? Did you like this series complete? Blazor, WebAssembly and SignalR real-time chat application. And did you learn something? So do let me know in the comments. Like this video, share this video and subscribe this channel.